what we're saying is that Devin Moore was, in effect, trained to do what he did.
Thompson's numerous cases against GTA didn't go anywhere, but he was able to shine a light on how easy it was for kids to get access to a game where committing a mass shooting was gamified, which in turn amplified any negative sentiment against the series by its detractors. None of that seemed to slow down Grand Theft Auto's success during the PlayStation 2 era. As of the time of this video, all three mainline games have sold tens of millions of copies. In the years following GTA 3, Grand Theft Auto Vice City, San Andreas, and a plethora of side stories, ports, and expansions were released, all to a larger audience than the predecessors. By the time GTA entered its HD age with Grand Theft Auto 4 in 2008, it was unstoppable, thanks to its more mature themes, a bigger and more lifelike Liberty City, and at the time, next-gen presentation.
It's been nearly a decade since IGN gave any game a 10, but there's a reason why that's changed now. GTA 4 is simply one of the best games I've ever seen. The single player has an incredible amount of depth. The city is absolutely stunning to just walk around in, and the multiplayer is one of the best that I've ever seen as well. As an entire package for only $60, whether you buy it on 360 or PS3, you're getting a game that probably is worth spending $300 on. Certainly worth picking up, definitely the best of the series, and easily a contender for Game of the Year.
Not long after the success of Grand Theft Auto 4, millions of people eagerly awaited the next chapter in the series, and after 3 years of rumors and speculation, the first trailer for Grand Theft Auto 5 dropped in 2011. As expected, it was wildly successful.
No longer do we have any rumors. We've been talking forever, oh, GTA 5, it's gotta be in production. But it's been officially confirmed, Grand Theft Auto 5 is coming. This is all we know about it. Rockstar officially released this logo.
Big news today. The first official details about Grand Theft Auto 5 have been announced.
Big, huge day today. The Grand Theft Auto 5 trailer came out. We watched it live.
I know, it was fun.
For now, an hour since then, we've been breaking down every minutiae detail of this thing.
Minutiae detail.
It sounds awesome.
Yeah, it really does.
Yeah, I really hope, it's one of those things, everything they said sounds awesome. I really hope it all pays off.
Following the trailer, the drip feed of content from Rockstar was enough to keep millions of fans intrigued and hyped for what was coming next. The game took a different approach from its gritty gangster roots and followed 3 diverse characters with wildly different personalities and playstyles in a recreation of Los Angeles that is so detailed and accurate that players could feasibly navigate their way through some parts of LA without having been there before. Seriously though, Los Santos Vespucci Beach is a dead ringer for Venice Beach, and another perfect example of how the series uses a real-life location as the basis for its exaggerated and over-the-top satire.
Lost your job and the world's moved on, huh? That's too bad.
I didn't lose my job.
Of course. Got too old, got outsourced. Same thing happened to my dad. Now you gotta fit in with a different generation.
The game's plot was well received, thanks to its eccentric cast of characters and a Heat-inspired story about a high-profile robbery, shady government agencies, and like the previous titles before it, fulfilling the American dream.
Look, man, it's been a real honor, homie. But I gotta move forward in my life. It seems like all I do is let people tell me what to do and I do it and nothing changes.
I tell you what, my boy, you tell me exactly what you want, and I will very carefully explain to you why it cannot be.
What?
IGN's review gave the game a perfect 10 out of 10 due to its story, large and dense world, and how Grand Theft Auto 5 takes everything great in past titles and makes it even better.
Grand Theft Auto 5 is not only a preposterously enjoyable video game, but also an intelligent, wickedly comic and bitingly relevant commentary on contemporary America. It represents a refinement of everything that GTA 4 brought to the table 5 years ago. It's technically more accomplished in every conceivable way, but it's also tremendously ambitious in its own right. No other world in video games comes close to this in size or scope, and there is sharp intelligence behind its sense of humor and gift for mayhem. It tells a compelling, unpredictable, and provocative story without ever letting it get in the way of your own self-directed adventures through San Andreas. It is one of the very best video games ever made.
The game's quality paid off. Within the game's first 24 hours on sale, it managed to earn a little over $800 million, crossing the $1 billion mark 3 days later.
Publisher Take-Two announced this morning that Grand Theft Auto 5 has made off with more than $1 billion during its first 3 days on sale. A statement reads, "We believe this marks the fastest that any entertainment property, including video games and feature films, has reached this significant milestone."
Grand Theft Auto 5 was a certified hit. And as the series had done multiple times before, it became not only one of the biggest video game releases of all time, but also went on to become one of the most successful pieces of commercial art ever.
I'm Stephen Ogg, and this is IGN News.
After a wildly successful launch, it has been revealed that Grand Theft Auto 5 officially holds 7 Guinness World Records. Since its release on September 17th, GTA 5 has enjoyed huge sales figures and managed to generate more revenue than movies such as The Avengers and Avatar. According to Guinness World Records, GTA 5 is the best-selling action-adventure video game in 24 hours and the best-selling video game period in 24 hours with 11.2 million copies sold on day one. Wow. It's the fastest video game to earn $1 billion and the fastest entertainment property to earn $1 billion. It's also the highest grossing video game in 24 hours and holds the record for highest revenue generated by an entertainment product in 24 hours with $860 million. GTA 5 holds the world record for the most viewed trailer for an action-adventure video game.
But single player is only half the story when it comes to the success of Grand Theft Auto 5. When it comes to GTA 5's long-lasting success, most of that can be attributed to the smash hit that is GTA Online. While writing this video, GTA Online still sees an active 6-figure player base on Steam alone. GTA Online has kept itself more relevant for over a decade, thanks to its open-ended nature and constant stream of meaningful updates.
With the release of Grand Theft Auto 5 on PS4 and Xbox One imminent, Rockstar has revealed a range of stats from GTA Online's first year via the Rockstar Newswire. The publisher's GTA Online census reveals that just shy of 34 million players in 224 different countries have logged into GTA Online.
But impressive player counts and a healthy amount of official post-launch content aren't the whole story. GTA 5's online mode has permeated the zeitgeist thanks to its open sandbox gameplay and passionate community. While all popular games have a community around them that keeps the game interesting long after release, GTA 5's online experience is unique because you can play the game daily and not really engage with much of the official content. That's not to say this game is bare though. Throughout Grand Theft Auto Online's life, there have been numerous expansions and events that have kept players coming back for more, but the real carrot on a stick has to come from the community itself. The user-generated content from GTA Online has spawned an entire genre of TikTok and YouTube videos. Users have turned role-playing, trick, and racing modes from the game into videos and social posts that not only generate billions of views, but have also helped launch the careers of hundreds of content creators. One notable event that was created entirely by the community was the infamous Green versus Purple Alien War, in which players would cause chaos while dressed as green or purple aliens and fight a pseudo-civil war, all of which was planned offline and only possible thanks to a passionate and organized community. But mods and DLC aren't the only reason why Grand Theft Auto Online has managed to stay relevant during its nearly 12-year lifespan. The game was able to secure its die-hard fan base thanks to a feat very few titles have managed to pull off. GTA Online allowed players to hoard more than a decade of digital asset releases, including cars, planes, and other vehicles that would make a digital Jeff Bezos feel poor. The runaway success of Grand Theft Auto Online has helped the game stay near the top of the charts month after month for nearly a decade, earning Rockstar an impressive estimated $8.4 billion in revenue. It's a lot of money. The overwhelming financial success of GTA 5 and GTA Online is most likely why the release gap between GTA 5 and 6 is nearly 12 years. While it may seem like Rockstar figured out the winning formula to print money, it has to be recognized that lightning just doesn't strike twice. With the poor reception of Red Dead Online 2 and a growing competitive online multiplayer space thanks to games like Fortnite and Call of Duty Warzone, there may be some hesitation on Rockstar's part to dive into a brand new version of GTA Online. Regardless of how you feel about that, GTA Online is a true testament to what happens when a developer not only supports a title long after release, but allows its users to build and create content for what might very well be a metaverse in its own right. To put the popularity and lifespan of GTA 5 into perspective, the entire series, starting with the original Grand Theft Auto in 1997 to the final expansion of Grand Theft Auto 4, The Lost and the Damned, was released over the span of 11 years. Nearly the same amount of time that GTA 5 has managed to stay on top of the sales charts month after month. As of the time of this video, GTA 5 has sold close to 190 million copies, only to be beaten by Minecraft's 300 million copies and Tetris's 520 million units. Grand Theft Auto 5 has sold more units than Sony sold PlayStation 2s, Microsoft shipped Xbox 360s, and even Nintendo has currently sold Switches. But sales aren't everything, because the sheer popularity of this game can't be understated, thanks to its impact on everything from the way modern games are presented to the way content creators have built a world around an existing franchise, and even its impact on mainstream commercial art.
So now what?
And now, with the long-awaited sequel on the horizon, Rockstar may have another mega hit on its hands, thanks in part to the success of Grand Theft Auto 5.
In 2021, Round 8 in NeoWiz announced Lies of P, a moody Souls-like that answered the question that no one had thought to ask. What if Bloodborne was actually a Victorian reimagining of Carlo Collodi's Pinocchio? When it launched in 2023, it surprised skeptics and over-delivered in both how great its dark fantasy setting was and how incredibly fun its aggressive combat was. Two years later, I got to spend some quality time with Overture, the ironically named encore of an expansion to the hit action game. And even though I didn't get to see much more than around an hour of the first stage and the new boss memories mode, it was apparent very quickly that the South Korean team is poised to overachieve yet again. Overture is a prequel to the events of Lies of P, right before the puppet frenzy starts and robotic thralls massacre everyone in the city of Krat. But as it turns out, many of the ideas for settings, weapons, etc. were actually meant for the base game, but got cut out to keep the original release from being too bloated. Round 8 game studio director Ji-won Choi told IGN in an interview that he and his team weren't content with letting these ideas go undeveloped and unrealized. Through a translator, he described Lies of P as finally complete with the addition of Overture. Lies of P has always been associated with Bloodborne, mostly because of how it looks, but also because combat in both games adheres to Souls-like traditions, but forego key behaviors like blocking. Even releasing a big DLC well after launch to put a bow on the original project has become a From Software signature at this point. The Choice team embraces the comparison. Quote, "It's an honor to be compared to From Software," end quote. He added that it motivates the team to make something that can clear the high bar of expectation, and they can only hope that they did that with Lies of P and will continue to do so in Overture. The first steps you take back in the boots of the titular character P is into the snow-packed region around the Krat Zoo, a building your disembodied guide Gemini seems very confused to see standing and not a pile of embers.
Yes, it is. That's Krat Zoo. How in the blazes? And I mean that literally. The zoo burned down a long time ago.
Story details are light, and the developers are staying tight-lipped about anything we haven't seen so far. After some preamble from your Lantern Cricket, it was very difficult not to spend a couple of seconds swinging around one of the brand new weapons in Overture. A gunblade that looks exactly like the kind Squall Leonhardt would have commissioned for himself. This is one of the few new weapon types I chopped my way through this frozen menagerie with, on top of new weapons from existing types, and a pair of new, very cool Legion arms that did very different yet very effective kinds of ass-kicking. The Pale Knight, as the gunblade's called, was my main weapon against the ergo-poisoned monsters both on the outskirts of the zoo and within its walls. It has the weight and attack pattern similar to a greatsword, but its heavy attack pulls the trigger, and the double-barreled firearm attached sends lead screaming at foes. The recoil of these shots push P around, so it can be useful when mixed in with light attack strings to remain evasive. A trick I learned far too late in my demo was that you could actually fire the weapon again to rocket yourself back towards the bad guys for a big follow-up attack. So basically, it's the coolest weapon ever made. Another new weapon type I dabbled with is the bow, the first completely ranged weapon in the series. It felt perfect for poking smaller enemies from afar, but felt pretty incapable of making a reasonable mark on larger foes. I think with time, there's probably a way to exploit its perfect draw mechanic to menace all sorts of baddies from downrange, but I couldn't manage it in the hour I had. Another new weapon type I wish I spent more time with were a pair of long claws that shredded enemies with the kind of fury that is usually reserved for the best there is at what he does. This didn't scratch the surface of weapons I glossed over that were clearly new additions to existing weapon types, but it was abundantly clear to me that people who really love the weapon customization aspect of the base game will have a lot of new toys to match together in Overture. The new Legion arms I tried out also made great additions to P's kit. My favorite was yet another gun. Double-barreled and chargeable to moderate the kind of force, spread, and impact on the bad guys. It's more a close-range option, but even at half charge it made short work of all the fodder that roamed around the snowy grounds or dilapidated halls of the zoo itself. At full charge, it was a reliable tool to stun bigger foes, or at least interrupt their bevy of attacks for a second. I came to the second arm late in the demo, but it was certainly a strong offensive option in its own right. It launched blades that would swirl around enemies for a short time, similar to the throwable saw blade item, but with two differences. One, it can fire multiple blades at once to do some significant damage over time to one target, and two, with a quick press of a button before releasing the flying blade, you can change the attack completely to a set of blades that dance around P instead, great for doing solid AoE damage. Speaking of targets, the cast of enemies in this section was pretty unremarkable outside in the beginning of the level, but got very interesting as we got deeper in the zone. Some bitey wolves and grabby zombies were run-of-the-mill, but standouts like some very angry kangaroos and an ergo-plagued elephant with a Resident Evil style surprise really wowed me. I spent so much time against the latter that I only just made it to the end of the level to see the boss, an enormous crocodile twisted by ergo. On that note, bosses will get a new focus in the patch for the base game that will accompany Overture with two new game modes, Battle Memories and Death March. Death March is a straight-up boss rush, allowing you to make a playlist of at least 3 bosses and attempt to take them all down in one go. Battle Memories, meanwhile, allows you to return to old boss fights and attempt to beat them again, now in up to 5 different tiers of difficulty, each tier increasing some unique stats that these bosses gain in this mode. Rewards for conquering these tiers has been hinted at, but not elaborated on. I went back to one of the old bosses, the Black Rabbit Brotherhood, to see how different it was on tier 3 than my memory of them in the base game. The way they beat me and my rusty fingers to death didn't point out any real differences, but as with the rest of Lies of P, I'm sure teasing out the mystery comes with lots of experimentation. Lies of P was one of the standout games of 2023, and among the best games in its action RPG subgenre not made by From Software. Overture doesn't play with the formula too much, but I found that the new ingredients it added, like the great new weapon types and fabulously freaky monsters, prove that there's never really too much of a good thing, even if it's largely the same thing.
Doom. 4 letters, 2 gun barrels, 1 space marine, and boatloads of demon guts. id Software first welcomed us to this gory world in 1993, changing the shooter genre and video games forever. In the 3 decades since, Doom has refused to stand still, experimenting with the form it helped pioneer. Whether it be the sci-fi horrors of Doom 3, all the way up to this year's shotgun and shield-fueled Doom the Dark Ages, we all have our favorite. So we've decided to rank each mainline entry here. Without any further ado, let's rip and tear through every Doom game ranked. (2004's Doom 3 is the result of an ultimatum that technical director John Carmack issued to the rest of id, and it kind of feels that way. Carmack was dead set on making a next-generation remake of Doom to showcase the impressive new lighting and shadow capabilities of the id Tech 4 engine. His Doom co-creator, John Romero, was long gone at this point, and the remaining id OGs were staunchly opposed to what they saw as a retread, a tech demo in search of a purpose. Carmack very publicly overruled them, and thus we have Doom 3. Perhaps the biggest sidestep the series has ever taken, Doom 3 is a slower, more story-driven affair than the first 2 games. There are voiced NPCs.
Huh? No, please. You must let me get this communication out.
lore-filled terminals, jump scares, and monster closets that instill a sense of anxious survival horror, and a sharp contrast to the run-and-gun arcade frenzy of the classic Doom. It's a valiant effort to bring Doom to a new generation of gamer culture. The problem is that this generation was extremely ugly. id's decision to showcase the game's lighting engine is its fatal flaw. You can't see anything, intentionally. The game is tuned to be super dark until you switch to your flashlight, which you cannot use at the same time as your weapon. This was largely met with derision from fans, but the combat is actually tuned around it. Juggling between seeing your enemy and shooting it creates a huge amount of drama and tension. It's actually kind of cool, just not that fun. A popular duct tape mod addressed this, as did Doom 3's BFG Edition remaster though.
Okay, so here we go. This is a flashlight moment. So if I had to actually switch to my flashlight here, you can see how that would be different because I would basically be in the dark while I'm trying to avoid fireballs.
The new demon designs are sapped of color and charm, turning iconic abominations into run-of-the-mill Umbrella BOWs, and it's impossible to envision them as anything but their counterparts in the 2005 movie. The aesthetic is very of its era and just doesn't quite match what we'd come to expect from Doom. Doom is a heavy metal mural airbrushed on the side of a speeding van, whereas Doom 3 is the embodiment of nu metal butt rock, more Mudvayne than Metallica. Decent for what it is, but it would take 12 more years before the series got a refresh with some actual riz. Some fans insist that Doom 64 is the true sequel to Doom 1 and 2. id closely supervised Midway Games' development of the N64 exclusive, resulting in an interesting but ultimately inconsequential side entry in the series, a Doom Gaiden. Doom 64 isn't hurt too much by its titular console's limitations, but there are fewer enemies thanks to small cartridge sizes, and the reduced animation frames on the shotguns really robs them of their kick. Worst of all, Midway couldn't get multiplayer working despite 4-player split-screen Doom deathmatches being a perfect fit for the system that gave us GoldenEye. Still, on the whole, the game looks great. Doom 64 has a uniquely bleak, gothic vibe with a gorgeous colored lighting system that's impressively sophisticated for the era. Instead of MIDI speed metal, the soundtrack is a dark ambient drone. There's no HUD, no grimacing Doom Guy face, only subtle numbers and letters rendered in bleary N64 textures. The gameplay is largely the same, though a new scripted event system creates neat opportunities for map design. Doom 64 seems like the game Carmack's co-owners were afraid id was going to make. More Doom, slightly different. It's just not different enough to warrant a higher place on the list. Doom 64 is a fun, fascinating, evolutionary dead end. 32 new levels designed in-house by id, a bunch of new enemies, and just one new weapon was more than enough to make Doom 2 the highest-selling software program of 1994. Doom 2 is Doom refined. Old monsters are reconfigured in clever ways, while fresh faces like the Revenant and Archvile add more complexity to demon distribution. Your arsenal only has one addition, but it's a weapon that would come to define Doom, the Super Shotgun. So, with all this great new stuff, shouldn't Doom 2 be a straight upgrade to the original? It almost is, but Doom 2's map design just doesn't hit the same. Doom 2 was billed as Hell on Earth, but the aging tech couldn't really produce convincing suburbs or downtown the same way Duke Nukem's build engine would a couple of years later. Doom 2 feels less of a journey than Doom. As shareware, the first game was divided into 3, later 4, clear episodes, with interstitial map screens between levels tracing your path of destruction across the moons of Mars until thy flesh is consumed by hell itself. As a boxed game from the get-go, Doom 2 is presented as a barely connected 32-level megawad. The game supposedly depicts a full-on demon invasion of Earth, but this is mostly conveyed through 3 different skyboxes. Doom 2 has some great maps and lots of innovative twists on the formula, but on the whole, it's a less cohesive and satisfying package than the first game. At the time, map quality didn't matter quite as much. Fans had already been sharing their own custom levels en masse, passed around as WAD files via floppy disks and 28 kilobaud modems. Doom 2 is almost more notable as a platform than as a standalone title. It gave modders and wadders a chance to shine and even go legit. A group called Team TNT created 2 megawads that impressed id so much that they bought the rights and slapped them together for retail as Final Doom. Originally considered as the official 3rd game in the series, today these maps and others have been fully incorporated into the canon by modern releases of Doom 2. It makes the game a more comprehensive product, but that's not enough to elevate it above our next and most recent entry. The Dark Ages couldn't be more different from Doom 2. A sequel that refuses to offer more of the same, it takes a sharp turn away from the neon frenzy of Doom Eternal into a grim and gothic new setting with drastically altered gameplay to match. Stand and fight is more than just a marketing slogan, it's the only way you're going to take down some bosses and batter enemies. Melee combat means getting up close and personal with monsters, trading mace blows and shotgun blasts in a boxing match from hell. Projectiles move more slowly, choking the battlefield with patterns that evoke bullet hell shmups and Serious Sam. Glory kills are a shadow of their former, well, glory, taking a back seat to the new rhythms of the Dark Ages' combat. The most impactful new addition to the Doom formula is the parry, which allows the player to deflect green attacks with the integral new shield saw. It's the backbone around which the game is designed, and while it may not click with everybody, once you're locked in, there's nothing quite like charging buckler first across the battlefield to smash some skulls. The Dark Ages brings a few firsts to the franchise, like friendly NPCs fighting alongside the Slayer, and difficulty sliders to make the series more accessible. It's also the first game since Doom 64 to lack any kind of multiplayer. The Slayer trilogy's online components may have been a noble but largely perfunctory effort. id decided to ditch it entirely and focus on making the most compelling campaign they could, exchanging multiplayer and snap map for dragon riding and giant mechs. You have to give modern id credit, they just will not make the same game twice. Doom Eternal is everything a fan of Doom 2016 would expect from a sequel, and while the vibe is different from its predecessor, the whole experience feels more vibrant and alive. The Doom franchise isn't exactly known for its awe-inspiring vistas and diverse biomes, but Eternal impressively mixes snow levels and Baroque ivory fortresses in with the usual tech bases and fleshy hellscapes. We're not used to seeing this kind of environmental variety in Doom, and it's a refreshing change of pace. When it comes to combat, Doom Eternal asks a lot more of you than 2016. Ammo is much more scarce, forcing you to juggle through most of your weapons in nearly every fight. Choosing the right gun for the right enemy and exploiting their weak spots is essential, though some fans argue that the Marauders, Dark Doom Guy counterparts with a limited vulnerability window, are a bridge too far for the power fantasy.
Warning. All ARC personnel, the mortally challenged, have entered the compound. Evacuation is advised.
Doom Eternal's biggest flaw, perhaps, is that it's doing too much. Doomslayer has new guns and enemies to deal with, a meat hook to yank yourself across the battlefield, and a shoulder cannon with grenades and bombs and fire belches that are crucial for survival, on top of an avalanche of additional collectibles, resources, and upgrade trees. Even the Slayer himself has gotten a little too big for his armored green britches, having somehow come into possession of a massive outer space fortress between games, a vast hub to explore that has plenty of great Easter eggs and secrets, but also a lot of locked doors and samey looking hallways to get lost in. Speaking of getting lost, Doom Eternal suffers under a sheer mountain of lore. Endless paragraphs of indecipherable sci-fi fantasy with more proper nouns than a phone book are at your bloody fingertips. To some, it's a welcome addition that makes the series that much richer. For others, it's an albatross around the neck of Doom's action-first ethos. Start shooting as soon as the screen melts. It's an excellent sequel, superior to its predecessor in many ways, but as a total package, it falls just slightly short of what came before. Doom 2016 is the platonic ideal of Doom. It marries the kinetic and aesthetic purity of the original with a winking, self-aware tone that evokes not just the first game's hurt me plenty attitude, but society's perception of the series. This is the Doom we envisioned in our adolescent brains. It's the Doom of the infamous 90s comic, the ultra-violent nightmare that Jack Thompson and Joe Lieberman warned us about, and it is glorious. But Doom 2016 almost didn't happen. Marty Stratton and Hugo Martin salvaged Doom 4 from the shores of development hell by stripping it into a back-to-basics, gleefully indulgent romp that fully rekindles the lost soul of the series. It's no coincidence that the retro boomer shooters comeback began right around Doom 2016. The aggressive, push-forward gameplay has you leaping onto cacodemons in midair as Mick Gordon's impossibly detuned guitars belch out riffs of pure hype. It's here we first see the glory kills, expanded on in future sequels, but never quite as elegant as their debut. Keep it simple is the operative phrase of Doom 2016, and sometimes to its detriment. Unlike later games, there's little incentive to cycle through your weapons. It's easy to let the rockets or the SSG carry you to the spider mastermind. Still, the bare-bones approach is appreciated, particularly when it comes to the plot. It was John Carmack who famously compared video game stories to those of X-rated movies. Quote, "It's expected to be there, but not important." Doom 2016's less is more approach is extremely refreshing after the dense metal hurlant nightmares of its sequels. The storytelling is never really bad in Eternal or the Dark Ages, but also never quite as funny as the Doomslayer seething with impatient rage as exposition drones on. It took some huge guts to name the 2016 reboot simply Doom, but that very confidence is what propels this game to greatness. There's only one shooter in the world that could possibly top Doom 2016. But first, no evaluation of Doom would be complete without a tip of the hat to the legions of modders and map designers who have truly made the game their own. Carmack designed the Doom engine to be easily altered, with assets conveniently packaged into files called WADs for Where's All the Data. This enabled everything from custom levels to total conversions. You can play Zelda in Doom, visit Jerry Seinfeld's apartment, blast through breakfast cereal in Chex Quest. The possibilities were limitless, especially once the engine went open source. Games like Brutal Doom and Sulaco can look shockingly modern on ancient id tech, while MyHouse.wad uses the engine's infamous quirks to weave a non-Euclidean liminal nightmare. Doom is an awesome open source success story, and the community and careers it's inspired over the decades is a huge part of the series' legacy. The original Doom has more than earned its spot on the Mount Rushmore of first-person shooters. Anyone can pick up the game today, whether through a fan-made source port or an official re-release, and immediately understand the assignment. Run, gun, rip, and tear. Find keys and snag power-ups to keep Doom Guy alive as he stares bullets through your soul from the UI. There's no mouse look in the original Doom. Aiming on the Y-axis literally doesn't matter, and you can hit that imp on a ledge above you as long as it's centered on your gun. Doom Guy cannot jump, and his only interaction with the world besides shooting, punching, and chainsawing is a single use button that you'll spam endlessly as you search each legendary map for secret doors. To say Doom has aged is to say Tetris or Pac-Man has aged. Its simplicity is its greatest strength. There's almost no friction between you and the coveted flow state towards which all action games aspire. Doom's kinetic appeal makes it immortal. Released as shareware, anyone with a working PC was free to play the first episode of Doom, from the iconic first moments of E1M1 to beating the Bruiser Brothers in Phobos Anomaly. You could mail a check to id if you wanted more, but the sheer accessibility and availability of Knee Deep in the Dead's 9 perfect levels all but assured Doom's dominance. Doom became shorthand for gaming itself. The moral panic over video game violence resulted in pundits and politicians alike warning parents of the gory, demonic slaughter simulator warping their children's minds, blaming the shooter for real-world tragedies. It's a sad footnote in an otherwise unparalleled success story and a formative moment in gaming history that helped shape a still developing industry. At the start of every new project, the current developers at id play through the original Doom to refamiliarize themselves with its brilliance and look for interesting new ways to expand the formula. Every single entry on this list is in some way a response to the first game, either trying to recapture its glory or recreate what makes it fun. Some games succeed, others have faltered, but they're all chasing after perfection that was already achieved in 1993. Doom is still the best Doom. Since its reveal, Hell Is Us has been something of an enigma. As an action RPG that hones in on detective-style investigations within a hauntingly alluring world filled with weird monsters to explore, it's a type of game that tasks players to meet it on its strange and unorthodox terms. For its developers, Hell Is Us also represents a game that pushes back against contemporary trends of gaming that places its story and gameplay in a neat package and instead trusts players to piece together just what the hell is going on within the corrupted land of Hadia and how to survive it.
I don't know how you managed to get here, and I don't care.
After playing several hours of the opening of Hell Is Us, along with some mid-game dungeon crawling, I came away with a clearer idea of developer Rogue Factor's new weird influence take on an action-adventure game that pushes players to mind the finer details of the world and maintain poise during some of the intense engagements. So far, Hell Is Us is a game that makes charting out into a familiar yet deeply alien world feel captivating. Hell Is Us takes place in an alternate 1990s, where the fictional European country Hadia is in the midst of a civil war following the events of a mysterious, supernatural incursion known as the Calamity. Playing as Remy, a United Nations peacekeeper and former resident of Hadia, he's detained by a mysterious organization following his mission into Hadia to find his parents. With the organization and its leader pressing down on Remy, he has to recall the fateful decisions he made with the surviving factions and how he fought off the seemingly otherworldly creatures known as Hollow Walkers. The main plot of Hell Is Us reminded me of a mix between Death Stranding and Prince of Persia: The Sands of Time, which focuses on immersing players into a world that takes a sudden and violent turn to the weird, and with a seemingly unreliable protagonist recounting his interpretation of events. Hell Is Us fully commits to its premise of a bleak setting and being a stranger in an even stranger land, one that feels familiar with its backwoods and small towns clinging onto survival, but feels so disorientingly strange with the rise of hollow walkers and portals that have turned the European countryside into an alien landscape.
They're either brave or stupid to have made a run for it. My money's on stupid.
What immediately drew me into Hell Is Us was its unusual approach to storytelling and immersing players within its strange world. The sense of mystery is palpable in Hell Is Us, and I was constantly walking into areas that had grotesque monsters or strange anomalies that drew my eye. I was especially taken in by the plight of the surviving characters, who struggled to endure in their ramshackle sanctuaries held together by duct tape and dwindling hope. This story very much chucks you into the deep end with its narrative and gameplay flow as you explore the different open zones filled with their puzzles and points of interest.
Why is this happening?
What I found most intriguing, and what I suspect many players will have to come to grips with, is how Hell Is Us takes a largely unguided approach to gathering intel and charting out to complete quests with no minimaps or waypoints to help you in your trek. This very 90s adventure game approach puts the onus on players to listen to the details that the surviving characters bring up in conversations and read the well-organized intel from Remy's personal datapad. It's the type of game that demands a certain level of attention, or else you can find yourself wandering at length to figure out where to go next.
How the hell did you find us?
Outer Wilds is a particular example that inspired the development team for its approach to a largely unguided adventure game that gradually expands in scope as more players use their growing knowledge. Speaking with creative director Jonathan Jacques Belletet, the approach the devs took with Hell Is Us was about trusting players with figuring out the mystery and embracing the campaign's more methodical approach to progression.
You must be lost to wander around Sinedra Forest. I'm afraid I have very little to offer.
Hell Is Us is equal parts an investigation game and an action RPG, and there's a surprising amount of combat to engage with while you're on the desolate road. On the surface, Hell Is Us has the makings of a Souls-like, and it certainly has some of those elements under the hood, but it goes in a direction with combat and power progression that's more about managing your poise and picking out the best moments to strike against enemies that can easily take you out. Some of my favorite moments came using my powered-up weapons to dish out some chunky damage while sending in my drone to stun other enemies off in the wings. The Hollow Walkers in Hell Is Us are some of the most visually distinct and unnerving video game enemies I've seen in a long time. They're highly aggressive and can come in large numbers. Still, things get more unnerving once you face off against the powered-up walkers that can summon support enemies that were very much giving the Angels from Neon Genesis Evangelion vibes. Once those enemies appear, you'll have to switch up to take them down fast before you can finish off the main walker. Much like a Souls game, stamina management is critical for survival, and I found myself constantly having to be decisive with my skills so as not to overextend myself against unforgiving enemies. One interesting wrinkle that took me time to get used to was the fact that health and stamina share a single bar, with your health being your primary source. The more health you lose in a fight, the less stamina you'll have to fight. While you have limited health items, the Limbic Pulse skill is the best way to help you stay in the fight. Similar to Nioh 1 and 2, activating the pulse immediately after seeing a glow around Remy will instantly restore health and stamina based on the attacks you dish out. It's a very risk-reward approach to combat, and depending on how intense the combat gets, it can be easy to forget to hit the pulse and lose out on health. I found the engagements surprisingly challenging and unrelenting, yet I still felt good about scraping through once I figured out how best to clear out the foes. Combat took the most time for me to get used to, as it's far more survival and resource driven than Dark Souls or Elden Ring. Some battles were so unforgiving that I felt unfairly outmatched by the numbers and aggression of the walkers. Still, I managed to rally and rethink my approach by going for it. According to the creative director, he likened their approach to combat with the act of boxing, which is also about managing stamina and dealing with decisive blows when you can. I was thoroughly impressed with the visuals and atmosphere of Hell Is Us, and it presents such a compelling yet still bizarre mix of fantasy and science fiction. Along with the other games mentioned, another piece of media that served as a key influence was Alex Garland's 2018 film Annihilation, which dealt with exploring an environment that underwent radical and violent change. It presents such an intriguing setting, but at times, the hardened and traditional adventure game approach Hell Is Us takes to taking in the details and surviving this world felt a bit too stoic for its own good. Still, I was very invested in the bizarre, new, weird setting that Rogue Factor has crafted, and it so far has the makings of being one of 2025's more original and creative takes on the action RPG experience. Given that this year saw the rise of Blue Prince's reinvention of a roguelike puzzle adventure, it'd be fitting for Hell Is Us to succeed with its own reinvention with its new type of role-playing experience. For more on the latest upcoming games, check out our recent previews of Lies of P Overture and Shadow Labyrinth. And for more of what's in store ahead of Summer Game Fest 2025, IGN Live, and of course for everything else in the world of video games, stick with IGN.
Here are 32 awesome games coming out later this year that you can play instead.
What's up, everybody? Day 2 of IGN is going strong, and there's plenty of fun stuff lined up. But right now, our incredible hardworking crew needs to break for lunch.
But don't worry, we've got a solid hour of game trailers to keep you entertained while we step away from the stage.
You'll definitely want to stick around, though, because coming up when we're back, we'll be talking to some folks from Remedy about FBC Firebreak, the new multiplayer game set in the Control and Alan Wake universe. Plus, I'll be hosting a special Game of the Year Watch episode of Game Scoop.
But now, let's check out some new game trailers. First up, a bunch of games you can play with your friends, family, classmates, professional acquaintances, lovers, and even complete strangers.
In other words, multiplayer games. Ready or not, here's Ready or Not.
911, what's your emergency?
They're shooting people. Please help.
I remember my first call. Blood. All over the floor.
Eyes on the hallway.
Lights still flashing.
Tossing flash.
Suspect down. And I told myself I was prepared.
Drop it now!
I wasn't. Not even close. Then there was the armed robbery. They were cornered animals.
Officer down!
Where to go but through us?
Move in! Drop the weapon and put your hands up!
Even when no one dies, I wondered, we fix anything? We fix anything at all?
Down on your knees! Don't shoot!
Nothing here, sir.
Let's go!
Secure the area. Oh my God.
You want the badge? The glory? Brother, pray you never get what you want. Every death rewires you. Close your eyes, and the sirens scream. There's no sleep. Just reruns of hell. That's the weight of the badge. It'll carve itself into your soul sooner than you think.
Always underestimated, baby. You're just young and dumb, baby. This ain't like it. You don't wanna mess with us. Mess with us. Who's gonna save us now? World is tumbling down. Just take the crown, 'cause we had enough. We had enough. Don't
from the thumping heart of the universe. All contenders pit their skills against the most deadly dungeons, menacing monsters, and puzzling puzzles. Gather your pals, gear up, and hit the road to stardom in King of Meat!
Hi everyone, I'm Johnny Hopper, studio head at Glowmode, an independent game studio based in Guildford, just outside London in the UK. We've been hard at work on King of Meat, a co-op party platformer launching later this year on Xbox Series X, PlayStation 5, PC and Nintendo Switch. We're really excited to be part of IGN Live, to show you more about the game ahead of launch, and in particular to give you a sneak peek at the bananas content in the game's create mode. The game is set in the mystical world of Lorgok, a joyfully unhinged fantasy world, pitting you as a contender in a fictional TV show against challenging co-op dungeons. You and up to 3 other players must battle through cunning dungeons filled with puzzles to solve, challenges to master, and ridiculous monsters to fight. There will be around 100 official dungeons available for players at launch, and we already have a private community of players called the Constructor Collective who are building more dungeons for us. In King of Meat, there is also Create Mode, where players have the ultimate opportunity to express themselves by crafting their own dungeons to test fellow contenders.
Construct never leaves you empty-handed.
One of the things I'm most looking forward to is seeing all the wild and wacky creations that will come from the players in the game. Thanks again for joining us today, and I hope you enjoy your time with King of Meat.
Sometimes we want video games to get our hearts racing, whether it's with fast-paced action, fiercely competitive multiplayer, nightmarish survival horror, or just a lot of loud noises and explosions. Other times, we just want to relax, and that's when we turn to cozy games. So pour yourself a cup of tea, put on your softest sweatpants, and curl up with these nice, gentle, non-threatening game trailers. Our first one is about adorable baby animals who find a mech suit. This is Animal Kind.
I told you I'm done. I'm not spending another night here. Feels weird being back in the barn. Me and Mom did exactly end things on a good note, but I gotta figure out what's going on. It's all in your head. Weird things are happening on the island. Welcome to Alderwood. Weird is what we do here.
You're not alone in this. I'm here for you, okay?
I can't do this alone. I'm leaving. You can't stop me. Your dreams, they mean something. You're sick, Mom.
We'll get to the bottom of this, I promise.
Things are happening now, Alex. Things that will have consequences you cannot even imagine.
You're watching IGN Live. Most historians would agree that the expression Rome wasn't built in a day is factually correct, though there's some skepticism about whether or not all roads really do lead to Rome. However, if you'd like to build Rome in a day and make sure all roads lead straight to it, this next game may be of interest. And hey, even if you're not into strategy games, don't go Roman off. We've still got plenty more trailers still to come. Here's an exclusive look at Anno 117 Pax Romana.
Hi, I'm Manuel Reinher, Creative Director on Anno 117 Pax Romana, launching winter of 2025 on both PC and consoles. Today, we are excited to reveal a feature that fans have been asking for a long time: land combat. It's the year 117, peak Rome. United by conquest, the empire found its way to peace. In Anno 117 Pax Romana, you build your dream empire. As governor, it's up to you to expand your dominion through trade, diplomacy, or the might of your legions. So, if you choose to expand with the help of your mighty legions, it's a good idea to protect your cities from other rival governors, build training grounds, military workshops, and protect your cities with walls and towers. Raising an army is costly. Will your people work on the fields or fight on them? Send too many to the battlefields and you may face a workforce shortage. Use your naval forces to transport your units across the empire and strike strategically from afar. Your ships can bombard coastal defenses and tear down enemy fortifications, reducing cities to rubble, then clearing the way for your advancing legions. But when you are on the battlefield, strategy is everything. Today we are demonstrating a flank, a classic move to break enemy morale. But the battlefield is yours to command, and how you attack is up to you. Fight in dense city streets, create choke points, or bait enemies into traps. How you fight, where you fight, is all in your command. Military is an optional feature where you can even take down enemy governors by destroying their villas in single-player, co-op, and PvP mode. But be mindful, there might be consequences. The Emperor is watching every move you make, and you don't want his warboats arriving at your shore. Or, if you are craving a big battle, maybe you do, the cost of peace is yours to decide. Thanks for watching. We hope you enjoyed this deep dive into one of our exciting features. More to come, wishlist now, and see you soon.
Welcome to the Dinosaur Integration Network, or DIN for short. Our organization brings groundbreaking, sustainable breeding programs to a global clientele of demanding site owners. We are taking paleocuration into exciting new territory. Where previous pioneers exclusively synthesized female dinosaurs, we are also creating males. These animals aren't assets to us, but the beginning of a new evolution. And do keep an eye on the young dinosaurs. They can inherit more than just appearances. Every site must be a perfect balance of security and spectacle. Protecting our guests is crucial, but so is inspiring the next generation. As with any project of this scale, not everything will go according to plan. As the park manager, you'll also need to assess emerging situations and get them under control. It won't be easy, but that's why we're hiring the best. DIN is here to make a difference. Now, I'm sure you have plenty of questions, but please...
Caution, gate opening.
This is your first and final warning. DIN must not continue.
Zafar, pull up NavTech.
Just a sec. Got it.
Taki. We gonna find out about your Kopang right quick, okay?
Just want to do him justice. Stuck his neck out for us. Least we can do is get him out alive.
We've got big enough guns to make justice, all right?
Oh, Michael. To a man with a hammer, just about everything looks like a nail.
Aim for show. Time to say oh yeah with our hammer.
Missile range in 1 minute.
Brace yourselves. We're going for a spin. Zafar, did you get a signal?
After the large haul down this corridor, they shut down this part of the facility. Long time before our arrival.
Fine. Let's deal with those guys first.
In you load. They never look up. Zafar, you were right. They shut down this...
Wait! Hold on, I'm coming!
I'll cover you. The bird up high shall be thine eyes.
What the hell happened here?
Hey, buddy.
had a mighty kingdom that stretched all the way from the cold peaks of Raunfjall to the shores of the Rowland Sea in the south. Now, as my kingdom burns to the ground, none of that matters. It's all gone. No one is coming to save you, Thane. Your reign is over. So I ask again, what is a wealthy man? Cheap tricks won't save you. A wealthy man is a man with friends. I will take back what's mine. One piece at a time. We will be gods.
Hi there, my name is Anders Heidenberg and I'm the creative director at River & Games. We're a small team, just 17 people, and we're working on the studio's first game, Eric's Home: The Stolen Dream. Eric's Home is a story-driven stealth game where you play as Hannah, who finds herself in a lot of trouble when her little brother goes missing and the police come knocking on her door.
We just want to talk to him.
Hannah manages to escape the police and sets out to find her brother, and hopefully some answers, but she gradually comes to realize that there are some really big players in the city that are also looking for her.
I'd never hurt a child.
But she's not alone. She gets help from her old friends Alva and Sebastian.
Just wait for me if you can't find me.
This means that in the game you get to play as 3 separate characters that you can switch freely between at any time, each with their own unique skills. But you really do need to use the 3 of them as a team together to overcome your obstacles. With Eric's Home, we wanted to create a game that starts out really simple with just one playable character, and then have the complexity gradually introduced along the way through new abilities, mechanics, and new playable characters. We wanted to make a game that was easy to get into, but also a game where we constantly had something new to offer all the way to the end.
You want passage, huh? And that's it? I'm not keeping these for you anymore, you'll take them with you this time.
Many people who've played the game are saying that it almost feels like you're playing a movie, but in a good way. Well, I have some good news. You can find out what you feel about it for yourself, because today there is a demo of Eric's Home available on Steam. So be sure to check that out, and don't forget to wishlist. Thank you.
Every 3 days, a shadow looms. Portents foretell of impending doom. At night, in darkness, the dangers grow bold, stirred into frenzy by powers of old. Synergies, treasures, strategies abound. Dangers and villains, sure to confound. You must not grow weary, as time will not wait. For he is coming to determine your fate!
Time flies when you're having fun, and sure enough, IGN Live is a blur. If time also flies when you're completely terrified, well, great news, because up next we're checking out some very creepy horror games. Up first, Chronos: The New Dawn, an all-new survival horror game from Bloober Team, the studio that gave us the Silent Hill 2 remake, The Medium, and Layers of Fear. Take a look, if you dare.
Did we bring the sickness to the world? It's not worth giving up yet. Such is our calling. Commencing search. An orphan. Caution advised. Something is here.
I sit at the front of the dinner table where he used to be. Five plates full.
Plates of food.
Plates of tomatoes. Plates of hay. Plates of angels. Plates of her legs. Beautiful.
Broken.
Plates of flowers. Plates and plates. The garden is lush and rich, and
Dinner's ready.
There's a hunger that feeds and blooms, and I will feed, and I will bloom.
Hey everyone, I'm Z, founder and CEO of Serenity Forge and director of Fractured Blooms.
And I'm Maddie, creative lead on Fractured Blooms.
On the surface, Fractured Blooms is a cozy farming and life sim. It's a game about smart planning, time loops, and managing your home. But beneath that surface, something is wrong. And the more you try to fix it, the more the truth seeps through. In this game, every choice matters.
You play as Angie, a teenage girl who wakes up one day finding herself stuck in a time loop of farming, cooking, and doing household chores. Each loop, you start with limited stamina that you use for managing your garden. Every seed you plant, every time you water or harvest, it all drains stamina. Some are quick and easy, others are more demanding, but give bigger payoffs. You'll need to plan what to plant, when, and how it fits into your next loop. So, every choice you make in the garden will cascade into the rest of the game.
The food you harvest from your garden feeds directly into your cooking. And cooking in Fractured Blooms is all about creativity and efficiency. You have to think on your feet about how to use the ingredients available to you, and, over time, unlock new recipes as you keep progressing in the game. Cook well, and you'll prepare meals that will give you more time and energy to tackle your chores. Cook poorly, and you'll be scrambling with fewer actions left. It's a test of timing, precision, and creativity, where crafting the right dish under pressure can make or break your next move.
Before bed, you'll have to make sure to finish your chores by cleaning up the house. The faster you clean, the sooner you'll get to bed. And the earlier you sleep, the more stamina you'll recover for the next loop.
So between farming, cooking, and cleaning the house, it's an interconnected loop of resource management, time management, choosing priorities, and mastering your daily routine. Each cycle is a fresh chance to improve, whether that's optimizing your run, experimenting with new crops and recipes, or pushing deeper into the mystery around you.
Because the more you loop, the more cracks start to show. Angie's story isn't what it seems. Memories bloom while reality fractures. This house isn't what you think it is, and the truth may just be hiding in plain sight.
It's cozy, it's creepy, and it's deeply meaningful. Fractured Blooms rewards players who love to plan, optimize, and uncover emotional narratives through gameplay and experimentation.
So if you're into farming sims, psychological horror, time loops, and games that slowly reveal their true colors, Fractured Blooms is for you.
You can wishlist Fractured Blooms on Steam right now. Visit us at serenityforge.com for more information.
Dinner is ready.
An ancient relic of unknown origin floats in the sky, a beautiful fortress full of secrets known as the Oasis. But one day, an attack from forces of terrible darkness shatters a harmony known for thousands of years, and suddenly, the fate of the world below sits on a knife's edge. Oasis is the ultimate dungeon brawler, a revolutionary physics-fueled throwdown where you jump, slide, and collide your way around dynamic shifting arenas where momentum and mayhem reign supreme. This is the world premiere of Oasis, a brand new IP from developer 17-Bit published by Cult Games, with a soundtrack from the living legend himself, Hirokazu Chip Tanaka. Let's take a look.
Well, we're almost out of trailers, so we'll have to ration the few we've got left. And hey, if careful resource management is your thing, you're in luck because these are all games that put your survival skills to the test. Take a look.
Back from the living legend himself, Hirokazu Chip Tanaka. Let's take a look.
Well, we're almost out of trailers, so we'll have to ration the few we've got left. And hey, if careful resource management is your thing, you're in luck because these are all games that put your survival skills to the test. Take a look.
Mysteria uses her sash as a weapon. It has the strange ability to absorb humans. That's why I couldn't find a hidden passage big enough for a human to fit through. All she needs to abduct humans is a space big enough for that sash.
Can't you do anything more than flail around, kicking up dust? Your fighting style is as ugly as you are.
I can do this. I know I can. Don't stop. Keep attacking. I can't afford to second guess myself. Not against an upper rank. I must steel my resolve. I have her. I know it. I can do it. I can cut off her head.
Oh dear, don't tell me you actually believe you can stand a chance against me, because that will be your downfall. You really are hopeless, if you can't see the sheer difference in our power.
Don't let her push back. Keep attacking.
Something's coming this way! Up there!
Wind? What's powerful enough to create a hole that reaches this depth? His presence! A Hashi!
Lord Tengen!
Makio, Suma, you've been doing some flashy work here, as expected from my wives. Okay, everyone's been accounted for. I rescued Hinatsuru earlier. I told her to leave the entertainment district.
Whoa, awesome! Just what you'd expect from the god of festivals!
All right. From here on out, things are gonna get real flashy!
This place, it remembers you. And it's not finished with you yet.
What is happening?
The lines, they're fading. Where the island ends, you begin. It's getting harder to tell. I've been trapped for what seems like an eternity. Just give it time. You'll learn to live with it too. This doesn't change what you left behind. The pain, the voices, every choice you've made. Strange how fragile truth becomes here. Stranger still how much you trusted. Here you are, tracking yourself deeper. I'll be waiting for you. Down in the mines. We'll confront the source of all this suffering. And maybe, buried beneath it all, lies an answer.
Welcome Pioneers to our very first look at the development build of Spacecraft. We're really excited to show you where the game's at right now and give you a feel for some of the systems we're building behind the scenes. Keep in mind everything you're about to see is work in progress and doesn't yet fully reflect what we envision for the game at launch. In this dev blog, we're focusing on the tutorial, which gives you your first taste of how the game plays and introduces some of the core systems. Your journey starts on Babylon 7, a space station owned by the company. Stations like this are central to the game. They're where you'll refine resources, trade goods, upgrade your ships, and more. In the tutorial, Babylon 7 is a solo instance, but in the full game, stations will be important multiplayer hubs for interaction and cooperation. We've designed piloting to be intuitive, built around two key concepts, flight path and flight speed. Your ship moves based on the direction you're facing, and you can smoothly throttle up or down to manage your speed. At its core, Spacecraft is an expansive, open-ended sim where you can explore, build, trade, and fight across the living galaxy. You'll pilot your own ship, mine resources, craft parts, and design your own vessels. From setting up automated production chains to engaging in tactical space combat, how you play is up to you. You can play solo or team up with others to shape the economy, grow powerful corporations, and leave your mark on a newly forming galaxy. And yes, traveling from space down to a planet's surface is completely seamless. Exploring planets means heading to landmarks and scanning for resources. As you find new materials, they're logged automatically on the planetary map. Find something unfamiliar, scan it to analyze and reveal what it is. Resource gathering starts simple with a mining laser, but quickly branches out. Different materials need different tools. Some, like hardened shells, have to be broken up with missiles. Liquids and gases require specialized harvesters. Volatile resources can explode if they get too hot, so you might need cooling systems to handle them safely. For certain materials, you'll need to land and go on foot, adding variety and risk to how you gather resources. Eventually, you'll automate this process. That's when things start scaling up. You'll build bases on different planets, install extractors, and set up drones and cargo ships to handle mining, refining, and transportation. You'll manage power, storage, housing, and supply chains, building out entire networks that stretch across the galaxy. If you're the kind of player who loves optimization, there's a lot to dig into, and you can do that as a corporation with your friends for extra help. Back at the stations like Babylon 7, you'll navigate between areas using elevators. Each zone serves a different purpose. Some, like the shipyard, are private, perfect for refining resources, crafting advanced components, or working on your ship without distractions. Others, like the docks, are instanced by ship traffic. We're also building shared spaces, like marketplaces, where you'll trade with the company and other players. Some stations will also have unique zones tied to quests or introduce new mechanics entirely. Ship editing is a major feature too. You can customize and upgrade your ship by swapping out modules or go even deeper with the assembly system, letting you physically reshape your vessel. Add new engines, wings, or blocks and tweak performance to suit your playstyle. As you progress, you'll unlock the ability to build entirely new ships from scratch, with every part affecting how your ship handles, how fast it goes, and how much it can do. That's just a glimpse of what we've got in store for Spacecraft. We'll be back with more updates soon, diving deeper into the game and how all these systems come together at scale.
Hi, I'm Leonard Saalfrank, studio founder of Omniok, and I hope you enjoyed the trailer. Ferocious is our love letter to action, adventure, mystery, and dinosaurs. You're not just surviving the island, you're exploring it, uncovering its secrets, and even teaming up with the creatures that you used to fear. The demo is currently live with 2 playable levels, mixing survival, exploration, and intense combat. There's so much more to discover, so please follow us on Steam or socials to stay in the loop. Thank you.
That about does it for this lunch break trailer block, but don't worry, we still have plenty lined up for the rest of IGN Live Day 2. Coming up very soon, if you're a fan of Alan Wake and Control, you'll definitely want to stick around for a look at Remedy's new game, FBC Firebreak, the new multiplayer game set in the same universe. We'll also be catching up with the creators of HBO's The Last of Us, and hopefully you can stick around for GameScoop later today, where we'll be checking in on 2025's Game of the Year contenders. IGN Live continues after this.
You're watching IGN Live, brought to you by 5 Hour Energy. We launched Devs React to Speedruns 5 years ago. We've done so many episodes with so many developers, but this is the first ever voice actors react to speedruns, and I'm here with the cast of Claire Obscure Expedition 33. What's up, guys?
Here we are.
All right, we're gonna need a little bit of audience participation here. This is Mitchell, he's a speedrunner. He goes by OSnap online.
Bravo!
He's shy. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna count down from 5, and we're gonna go 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go, and that's when the speed run is going to start. Everybody ready?
Yeah!
5, 4, 3, 2,
1, Bonani!
Okay, so what we're doing here is we are starting from the Forgotten Battlefield, which is almost the end of Act 1. But that's fine, because nothing sad happens at the end of Act 1.
Oh, no.
Right, guys?
Nothing sad.
Nothing sad at all. So, yeah, this is your guys' 3rd interview with us.
Yeah.
And how have you guys been enjoying IGN Live thus far?
I'm having a terrible time.
Yeah.
Ben!
I hate it here. No, it's been amazing. The audience have been so welcoming to us, and to kind of seeing the love for this game that people have and experiencing it really firsthand for the first time since it's been out, it's so cool.
Yeah, I forgot, because of all the things, I didn't even intro you guys, so let's do that now. We got Ben Starr, the voice of Verso. Kirsty Ryder, the voice of Lune. Max Songs, I can't do it, I'm sorry. I love you. One more time?
Cazorla.
Cazorla.
Bonjour.
He is the voice of Eskia. Rich Keeble, voice of Minoko. Shalanik, CL. And everyone knows Jennifer English as Mael. So, we're doing the speed run. How many hours have you put into Claire so far?
Too many. Probably about 300. I probably play a few hours a day. Yeah.
When you guys were, especially for you, Max, when you were, when this game was in development, did you think that people would be beating it in an hour, 20 minutes, hour, 30 minutes?
Oh, no. Especially when you know that there are, I think, 4 hours and 30 minutes of cutscenes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
well, here's the thing. He skips them all.
Yeah.
So, sorry about that.
Great cutscenes. I just don't watch many of them.
Get him. Get him. Get him.
Thank you so much for respecting our work. It really is amazing. It's so cool to see the ways in which audiences have really engaged with this, and I think Guillaume has said himself that he wants to see people do no-hit runs. He wants people to experiment with the fastest way they can complete it, because this game is obviously a really beautiful narrative and an amazing immersive world, an amazing story, but also it's a playground for fun, and it's just really cool to see people kind of play the game in this the way that it was intended.
Clipping through bushes.
Yeah.
I can't wait. I want to do an episode with Sandfall, and they're going to be really upset when they see all this kind of stuff. So I have a list of funny questions here. I'm going to start with Kirsty. Kirsty, you play Lune.
Yes.
She's the only character in the game that doesn't walk. She floats. Does that just make you feel better than everybody else?
Yes.
Good.
Good.
You are better than everyone else. The first clip I ever saw of Claire was Lune
There she
floating
goes.
around. So, what is it that you're even doing right now, Mitchell? Did you mean to fall right there?
I did not mean to fall. So
Okay.
there's a really cool boss here. I think you showed the cinematic earlier today, but we're just going to skip the boss entirely, and I'm actually going to go really high in the air too here, so you'll see in a second here.
Is there someone you like running as the best? What do you think, Max? Is this what you wanted the game to look like, or he's just depressed?
Absorbed, completely absorbed.
Sorry.
That's
He's
all right.
so sad.
You'll get to see it again because I missed where I wanted to land.
Oh, we get to
so-
see it
yeah,
again.
I wanted you to see it twice, so it's fine.
Stage fright. It happens. No.
You can do this. How did you realize you can do this?
There's a lot of people who look into a lot of different things in this game, so I didn't realize I could do this, but someone else found it, and yeah, it's just a lot of messing around with different stuff to figure it out.
It's so beautiful seeing Mael just plunge to her. Did you do it?
Yeah.
We did it. Okay.
Okay.
Speaking of Mael, Jennifer, I have a question for you.
Yes.
If people here don't know, which is like, okay, this is also the voice of Shadowheart from Baldur's Gate 3. Any Baldur's Gate 3 fans? So my question for you is quite simple. What's it like just being in the best games ever made?
Look, it is coincidence, can I just say. I didn't just like handpick the. Well, I kind of did with Expedition. I like got the audition through, and I was like, yes, this seems like it's fucking amazing. So I did choose that, I suppose, but they chose us. I think everyone here blind auditioned. So the developers, so Guillaume and Jen, just heard us. They had no idea who we were. Yeah, so thank you, Guillaume and Jen. But no, it does feel very good. That's it.
I'm glad.
Thanks.
I love Baldur's Gate, and I'm sure everybody here does too. So, I mean, what are you going to do? Hey, look, it's you, Max.
Bonjour, mes amis.
Can we get a, it's time for swim, swim?
It's time for swim, swim. I am speed.
What was it like filming all of those things?
Well, it was funny because at first Esquier was not part of the motion capture process because he's Esquier. I mean, apart from a few scenes, but so I didn't know a lot about. Most of his dialogues are in the camp. But now once you get to know him and everything he feels and the past with also Verso, it's so touching.
Yeah.
So I tried to be as honest as I could, almost like a child, like he feels something and he just, like if he's mad, well, he's gonna tell Verso,
Here's a bit of trivia. Does anybody remember, don't answer. Does anybody remember what Esquier is filled with?
Yes.
Me.
Wine! Verso's wine!
Yeah, well, I remember when we were recording it, and Jen Svedberg said that they want to do Esquier plushies that are also wine coolers.
Yes.
Which would be a really cool thing, so make it happen if you want it, make it known, but like Esquier wine coolers would be really, really good.
I want one of those.
Just like a wine pouch that you can squeeze and wine can come out.
Oh my god.
Shala, how are you doing?
I'm doing good.
You've been in a lot of games as well.
I have.
How has being in Claire been different than Cyberpunk or Baldur's Gate?
Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's just the writing, the depth of the character. It was delivered to us like a film script, which you may have heard, and that allowed us to really immerse into the world, and was just so much more helpful when creating the character.
Yeah.
Yeah, and having an emotionally rich character with such a deep history was completely new for me.
Might I also say, CL has the best hair in the game. She really does.
She got good hair.
Yeah. Have you guys all seen the bald outfits? I've only seen the Mael one, and it is...
The witch outfit.
What's that?
Which outfit?
It's the where you can make your characters bald.
Oh, no, I haven't seen it. I haven't
seen that. I've only seen Mael, and it is, it's awful. It's quite awful.
Okay.
You look like Megamind.
Oh, nice.
So, okay.
That's gold.
So, okay. So we are in Minoko Station. How's the speedrun going so far?
It's going great. You missed the best song in the game. The
We
Minocos
did.
theme. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, that happens. So, Max, who did... These are all just animations, or did they have you guys, like, filming stuff to get all these?
We did the mocap for the cutscenes, not...
Just the cutscenes?
Yeah.
These are all animated in.
Yes,
Have
it
you
is.
guys watched a lot of the fights in here and see all the crazy things your characters do? It's nuts.
Yeah, the way Gustav runs, for example.
What's that?
The way Gustav runs.
Oh, yeah.
It's pretty intense.
So nobody filmed all these running animations?
No,
They
no,
just
no.
filmed somebody just sprinting, and they're like, yeah, that looks good.
I mean, we kind of did some for sometimes they needed to pick up from one cutscene to the gameplay, but no, all those animations were made by the studio.
So this wasn't you, for
That's not me. I'm sorry. Yeah.
That wasn't you, just on all fours, just running around?
I mean, I would have loved to do that, but
If they
yeah, I'm
would
not
have
going to
asked,
take
you would
credit
have done
for
it.
I mean,
Ben,
Yes,
you know a little bit about Final Fantasy.
I do.
You were in a Final Fantasy.
I was.
Final Fantasy 16.
Yes.
Now, this game is nothing like that, but this game is very, a callback to Final Fantasy 8, 9,
Yeah.
stuff like that. Are you a fan of those as well?
Yeah, Final Fantasy VIII is my favorite game of all time. So
Okay.
I preach the good gospel of Final Fantasy VIII, so thank you to everyone who comes up to me and says they feel seen when I talk about that game. But, I mean, Guillaume is also a huge fan of Final Fantasy VIII. And actually, he sent me a clip about a year ago of all the characters running around the world map to blue fields from Final Fantasy VIII. Just because he was like, I want to show you the world map, but inspired by the game that both of us love. And I think there's so much of the DNA of RPGs of years past in this game. Yeah. And you can see it. It's this team have made a game that they would want to play and inspired by the games that made them fall in love with video games. And I think the reason that everyone's here supporting us right now is because they feel that love in this game. And I think that's what makes it feel so special.
Yeah, as I was playing it, because I didn't look too much into it before I played it, and it's like Eskia, he becomes your boat, and then he becomes your airship, and you're in this open world. Like, I didn't know there was like an open world in the game. Everyone's like, oh, it's kind of linear, and then you leave the like breezy meadows, the first area, and you're on this open world, and I was like, I'm 12 again, playing a game on my PS1, because that's honestly how it feels when you're playing this game.
I mean, the overworld map was, the solution to a problem of scale back in the 90s. And I think maybe video games decided that that was a thing of the past. And, there are fantastic video games out there that have overworld maps. Like, I'm a huge fan of Ni no Kuni. That has an absolutely stunning overworld map. And there are, I think Dynasty Warriors did it recently this year as well. But, it's really, really great to pay homage to what is not just a solution now. It's a wonderful thing that made us get this sense of scale in these games without having to actually do the scale.
Right. So, I'm going to turn to Mitchell here. You're on the hot seat, buddy.
All right.
So, when speedrunning this game, is it all just about, perfect parries, perfect dodges? Because, I assume you're not leveling up much.
Yeah, we're definitely lower level than most people would be casually, so it does rely a lot on making sure you just don't miss any parries. So, yeah.
I see you're already fighting Renoir.
I did. I fell from the sky again. You kind of missed that point, but we do that a lot here, so I just kind of fell from the sky and ended up here.
Got it. Spoilers for everyone who, you eventually fight Renoir. So none of you got to work directly with like Andy Serkis or Charlie Cox or anybody, right?
I mean, none of us got to work directly with each other, really. It was about, there were opportunities for us to be in the booth, but not really at the same time. You know?
Yeah, we were lucky that we got to meet each other at a dinner, like halfway through your filming. Was it at the beginning of your? Well, not all of us, but some of us got to meet, and that's so rare with voice acting. So to get to meet the body along with the voice, so that you can imagine it when you're in the booth, is like very helpful, but very rare. But we got that on this.
Yeah.
I remember hearing you in my first session, and I didn't know you were in it, and I went in the booth and I heard you, and I was like, oh, friends.
Shala, what was it like when you, like, did you see a cast list before you were cast? So you didn't know Andy Serkis was in it? He's like actually legendary, you know, not that you guys aren't, you know, but these like Hollywood actors, and you're like, oh, I mean, you got to work with them at least, right, Max?
When we did the mocap, we knew that Charlie Cox would be Daredevil and Andy Serkis would be Renoir, but that was it. Yeah.
Yeah. So, what's it like? Like, have you guys watched back any of your scenes, like specifically you with Renoir, and being like, look at me, I'm just hanging out with Andy Serkis, you know?
Yeah. It was, Ben and I went to Montpellier for their Christmas party, and we sat with Alyona, my girlfriend as well, and it was really lovely because Alyona hadn't seen anything, and we just watched every cutscene, and she sobbed like there was no tomorrow.
Wait, who was that?
She sobbed like there was no tomorrow.
Oh, Charlotte?
Got me at Alyona.
Yeah, she's there.
I mean, I would sob too.
Yeah,
out there.
But it was really cool because we got to watch it in Montpellier and meet all of these incredible developers, and I kind of wish they were here. They are the most wonderful group of people.
Yeah.
And like we worked hard on this game, but nothing like these guys. Like they have worked solidly, and there's only 33 of them. I think it's 33? No, it's in the 30s. And they have put their all into this game, their blood, sweat, and tears, and it really fucking shows. It's like absolutely hats off to them.
I remember, like, as we were approaching this game, anytime I was like, hey, are you gonna check out Claire? And they'd be like, oh, I'm like, dude, you have to see the voice cast. Like, you have to see the voice cast. It honestly is like probably one of the best assembled, like, for one game. Like, it's an insane cast, and it all comes together. We were doing an interview earlier where we were talking about, you know, how you guys did not talk with anybody. Like, you just recorded your lines and somebody would feed off that, and it's like, it does not show at all.
Yeah.
You guys just seem like you're talking to each other all the time.
Well, it's instinctual. You just would go into the booth and you would just have to do something immediately. And I think sometimes there's this feeling that there's sometimes a feeling that you need to do something over and over and over again. But actually, some of the best stuff in here is a first take.
First take.
You know, there are scenes towards the end. I mean, like, there is so much time pressure on this that actually you go in, you've got to do your best. And I think a lot of the rawness comes from that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You're like, I should probably do a good job.
Yeah, you come in and you've got to do a good job because these devs have done that, you know?
Yeah, what you say?
Well, it's just sometimes you can overthink what you're doing in the booth as well, and it's just like instinctually, you're not overthinking anything. You're just given the impetus and you're in the moment, and it's just spontaneous, and you can rest assured when the team's there going, that was it.
Yeah.
Like moving on, you're like, oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, obviously for me, I was thinking, oh, we just have to move on. We're not going to get it any better. But yeah, it tends to be, go with your instinct. And if you do it too many times, it starts to sound a bit like you're
guys,
acting. You know?
We need to wrap it up. Rich is getting worse by the second here. We need to, you know.
Yeah.
Is this the hardest game you've ever worked on, Rich?
Can you say again?
Is this the hardest game you've ever had to work on?
The hardest game?
Yeah, the hardest game.
Is
the hardest game you've ever had to voice act for?
To work on?
The hardest game to play, you mean?
No.
Your performance.
Oh, sorry. I can't hear very well, sorry. I mean, actually, it was quite, I think because everyone else was really great, you know, so they're feeding in the lines, And Jen and Guillaume in the sessions were really good at contextualizing where we were. That made it kind of easy, really. I mean, that sounds arrogant, I think, but because, you know, when they were feeding in Ben's lines and I was reacting to that, because he'd done it so well, it kind of made my job easy, you know.
So you were acting with Ben, but Ben wasn't acting with you.
Yeah, I don't act with anyone. I request that I'm alone, and I don't want anyone else near me. No, it was just the timings of how it worked out.
Yeah.
Sometimes, so when Jen and I were recording, sometimes I'd be listening to Jen's performance, and I'd get to act off her, and then other times you have the same. And it really is just a scheduling thing. Yeah.
It like blows my mind though, because like, okay, you guys have so many scenes where you are acting with each other. So like, Charlotte, were you working with somebody that just wasn't Kirsty filming those lines? Or are you just reading your line and then you read the next line? Or is there somebody to bounce off of?
Yeah, so we're given like the context for the scene, and then we might see the visuals for that scene, which was really helpful.
Sure.
We've obviously had the narrative before, and we've been with the script, but it very much is an imaginative kind of somatic experience. And then Guillaume or Jen or Joe will give us the line before, and then we're just hoping for the best. You know, digging deep and hoping for the best.
I find it just so hard to believe with you, Jen, because you have like the most emotional scenes in this game, and you're just in a booth crying by yourself, and just no one to console you. You're not actually hugging a giant Esquier. There's no.
I would have done so well with the giant, and maybe that should be in my rider for the next game.
Exactly. Yeah.
A
You're
giant
like, I
Esquier to
require
hug.
a giant plushie. I prefer it to be filled with wine, if possible.
If possible. No, it's genuinely quite hard, and I think I'm really lucky in that I did Baldur's Gate 3 right before and had that experience, and I think I got to use that, everything I learned, to put into Expedition. But yeah, not the easiest job in the world, I have to say.
How much did it differ filming, like doing this versus like Baldur's Gate 3? Did you do the mocap for that?
Yeah, so Baldur's Gate 3 was all mocapped, whereas we had wonderful mocap.
She's right there.
performances.
No one could see her.
No, I was pointing to Max Ons, but also girlfriend. Yeah.
Max is pretty good too.
Max is
He's pretty good.
Yeah, so it was all fully cooked, really. Like, we had the cinematics, we had the music, we had the beautiful animations, and we had the beautiful performances from Max Ons and Nacelle and Charlotte. So yeah, very different, but we had to lip sync as well to your voices, which is a really technical thing to do.
Right.
And yeah, it was hard, wasn't it?
I remember seeing an Andy Serkis interview. You know, he's legendary for doing mocap and all that stuff. And he said that this was one of the hardest things he's had to do because, you know, he's used to being the guy in the suit. He's not used to having to just follow what Max does. So it ended up being quite difficult. What like, we'll start with you, Ben. What do you prefer? Do you prefer being in the full mocap, acting with somebody, or do you like the kind of like chill kind of freedom of being in the booth?
All of it. I don't have a preference at all. Like, it's what's the challenge directly in front of you. So when you're doing mocap, or performance capture, you have that amazing freedom to be in a room. You really have that sense of proximity and movement, which is incredibly freeing. But then you have the puzzle of not seeing anything there. And then when we had this, we had the visuals, we had the music, but the puzzle is now deconstructing reality, reverse engineering it, and making it feel like we were there. They are both puzzles that need to be solved in different ways, and they're both equally fun with different challenges.
Shala, have you ever done full mocap acting?
Yeah, in Baldur's Gate 3, I did that as well. Yeah, and like Ben says, they are just completely different processes and equally as fun.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What about you, Kirsty?
No, I haven't done mocap. I want to do mocap. Anyone mocap job? I'm in.
You want all the stuff on your face, all the beads, and
Yes, give it to me. I want that black suit. I want the little hood.
Yeah.
I want your little stand. No, I would love to do mocap. That's definitely a dream. Hopefully, one day.
This is what I have to ask. This is going to be for Max. Rich aside, so the characters were fully developed. The game was basically, almost ready to go before they brought you guys in to do the English, right? But your characters all look like you. So is this like, what, like, I don't get it.
I know where you're coming here. I know what you're gonna ask.
Because it's like, Kirsty, she kind of looks like Luna. You kind of look like Verso if you had longer hair. You absolutely look like Mael. Like, what? Was that just a happy accident?
I think so.
Really?
Yeah. I think so. No?
Rich, you look just like Minoko.
You can't hear.
I didn't hear
If for those that don't know, we did the main stage interview earlier, and they were all dressed as mimes. But if you haven't played the game, you'll know that Minoko doesn't get a baguette outfit, so he's wearing his swimsuit.
Yeah.
You get this from doing
It's been a big hit.
Yeah. Authenticity.
Mitchell, what have you done? Again.
I'm just not where you're supposed
Every
to
time
go.
I look over, you're breaking my game.
Yeah, I do that a lot. I just kind of ran around the whole map. This one has like a bunch of elevators that are really slow, so I just didn't really feel like riding them.
We're wrapping in 5 minutes, but how much longer would you need to finish the game?
It would probably take like another 25 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, we won't wait for that. You're missing party members, though. Is that intentional?
Yeah, I wasn't gonna say anything because I didn't want to like make someone feel bad, but
who are we missing?
Yeah, here I'm missing Ciel here, so I know.
I didn't hear that, but I have not heard that.
Yeah, you're missing. I just didn't pick you up.
Do you not like him anymore?
I can't hear him.
Oh, he doesn't have Ciel.
Rude.
Rude.
Saving it.
Rude.
I understand.
That's pretty rude. Ciel's one of the best characters, dude. Come on.
Yeah, I'm a fan of her.
Is there a reason you don't have her? Did she die?
No, she's alive. It's just I just left her in the village. It takes too much time to pick her up.
So she just doesn't go on the expedition with you guys.
Patience, my friend.
In Mitchell's world, you just go to Gestrel Village and you just stay. You're like, bye guys, good luck with the paintress. I'm gonna stay here.
With Golgra.
Well, that's great. I mean, you're already at is this the second axon?
Yeah, this is the second one.
Siren.
Do you like, Jennifer, that it's mostly you on screen?
Say that again.
Do you like that it's mostly you on screen?
I mean, I am a double Leo.
The double Leo.
Yeah.
She explained to me before the shoot what a double Leo was because I didn't know what that meant.
No,
it's really fun having Shadowheart explain zodiac signs to me. Is that what they are, zodiac signs?
So sorry, I can't
No, it's
hear
fine.
any.
It's fine.
Can we just say we can't hear each other?
Oh, yeah.
Or you.
Oh, yeah.
We don't know what's
Half
happening.
the time when
We're
Ben's
really
talking to me,
confused.
I'm just going,
Yes. Yeah. I don't know why you're clapping. Like that's how confused I am.
the best part of this interview is going to be when I get to watch it on YouTube later and I get to hear all of your answers. Have you guys been convinced that I'm just like,
yeah,
great answer? You guys are like talking about death, and I'm like, that's hilarious, man. Anyways. Well, we are just about wrapping up. I see, oh, that's the one of the paintress people. Have you guys gotten to see all the different hairstyles and stuff that your characters get to wear? They're all really good. My problem is I kind of keep them in the default because that's what I like. But yeah, they're all really, really good.
Oh, I love this.
You've got.
Welcome to IGN Live. Today, we're kicking things off with the Xbox Game Showcase.
We both know why you're here.
And you'll hear from the creators of HBO's The Last of Us. Season 2 of Twisted Metal.
We're really gonna wait for this door to open all the way?
And check out collectibles from Doom the Dark Ages.
The Slayer has been activated.
Along with special episodes of Game Scoop and Unlocked.
Finish this fight.
Day 2 of IGN Live starts right now.
Hello and welcome to Day 2 of IGN Live 2025. I'm Ryan McCaffrey, and I'm coming to you from the Magic Box at the Reef in downtown Los Angeles. And it's been a phenomenal show so far, but today things are only going to get better because it is Xbox Showcase Day. Are you guys ready? That sounds like a yes. All right, today I am joined by Miranda Sanchez, Sydney Goodman, and Michael Hyam to help me break down and recap all things Xbox. Welcome to my friends. How are you guys?
I'm chilling, man. I feel good. I'm hyped for this.
Yeah. Well, I wanted to start with kind of a, like, almost an existential question, which everybody's like, wait, what? What are we doing here? But, like, from where we sat here a year ago, things are pretty different for Xbox 1 year later. Like, in that they're shipping just about everything on everything at this point. So I'm kind of curious to hear from you guys, like, what kind of is an Xbox showcase anymore, right, Miranda?
Yeah,
Any
I mean,
thoughts
honest,
on this?
yeah, it's just like a showcase of things, of course, that we're going to look forward to. But I think that is honestly a question they have to answer this year, right? Of like, what does the Xbox brand mean when they're shipping everything everywhere? Like, obviously, the controller is iconic. They're really big on PC, and they really, I think, pioneered the way in saying, hey, we're going to make sure our Xbox games are also on PC for our PC players to get an optimal time if that's what you want. But by going to other brands, it's kind of just opening this door of like, well, what do you do with your loyal fans at this point? Like, what are you going to offer them that is special? Or is there anything? Is it just an exclusivity period at this point? So I think that is just a big question they're going to have to answer very soon.
How many of you guys out in the audience have bought an Xbox game on your PS5 recently? Yeah, I'm seeing hands out there. Like,
That's a decent amount.
They're topping the sales charts the last couple months. Sydney, your thoughts on this kind of just bigger question about like what an Xbox showcase is in 2025?
Yeah, and it's interesting because I grew up, I'm a bit of an Xbox purist, so there is part of me that misses the exclusivity of that and the fun of like, oh, this is for us.
Yeah.
Like, this is for the Xbox community. At the same time, though, I think it's kind of exciting. Like, my friends who have PlayStations that have traditionally always been PlayStation players, they also get to be excited for today. So I don't want to call it bittersweet because ultimately it's a positive thing. But yeah, I don't know. Everybody gets to be excited about today's announcements theoretically, right?
Yeah.
Because Xbox hasn't said, okay, blanket statement, everything's coming to everything all at once, right? So I don't know, maybe it adds an element of surprise and suspense.
Yeah, like Michael, what's your over-under on how many games in the showcase will be exclusive to Xbox?
Probably none of them.
So
And that-
zeros? The
yeah,
over-under?
I don't think this. I don't think they're in that business anymore. They're very clearly not in this business anymore.
Yeah.
So when you talk about what an Xbox showcase is, don't forget that Xbox Game Studios is like 20, 30, they got a lot of studios, and I think one of the things too, going into the showcase is that they have proven that they're like kind of back on track. For a while, Xbox was struggling to put stuff out with delays, cancel games that didn't really hit the way they want, but they've been putting out bangers after bangers recently, and I think they're still going to ride that momentum as studios kind of get into this rhythm. I think Xbox has established a rhythm, and like I have all systems because I kind of have to, but when I'm looking at the lineup on Xbox, it's like one thing after the other. I'm on that platform, whether it's PC, Game Pass, or on the console. Like, hey, like Claire Obscure, that's Game of the Year material, and you could get that on Game Pass.
Yeah.
Now, granted, that's not an Xbox studio, but not everything is going to be under the Game Studio umbrella too. So they have other third parties who are probably going to showcase on this thing and make big waves. The first time we saw Claire Obscure was at an Xbox showcase. So I think like the track record for their showcases and the games that they kind of curate to say that they are supporting, their track record is really good. So I have high expectations for this showcase, and maybe I'll see my next favorite game. I don't know.
Yeah, so to your point about Xbox finally shipping great stuff, I kind of want to hear, I'm curious the audience reaction of which of these is their favorite. Like, you look since about October, November of last year, they've shipped Flight Simulator 24, they've shipped Stalker 2 as an exclusive, they've shipped any fellow Indiana Jones fans out there? That's my game of the year from last year.
Yep.
Then into Avowed early this year.
That's
Michael,
a
I know you're a fan.
That's a banger.
We've had Doom: The Dark Ages super
That's a
recently.
banger. That's a banger.
Yeah, like they're getting it done these days. Like they're finally like the egg took a long time to hatch, but we're finally starting to see some little baby chicks running around, which is nice to see. So I'm just sort of curious, like, what's each of your excitement level for this? Kind of sitting to your point, knowing that it's not all just going to be Xbox exclusive, that everything's going to be coming to pretty much all platforms. So Sid, how you feeling going into this one?
You know, I'm really excited because I woke up with a really good feeling that we're going to see something about Wolfenstein 3.
Oh.
I don't think it will be much, but I will be so satisfied because part of me is almost, I mean, the last time we heard about Wolfenstein 3 was, I think it was 2018. Pete Hines confirmed more or less, like, yes, we're going to finish this story up. Everybody wants to see that done. We want to see that trilogy happen. But I mean, 2018 was a while ago. Like, I would love to see some sort of confirmation that it's like, hey, we are working on this now that we've shipped Indiana Jones. I don't need to know that it's coming in 2025 or 2026. I don't need to know that it's coming in 2027 even. I just want to know that somebody is working on this.
Yeah. So Miranda, Sid kind of touched on this earlier, but one thing that's maybe changed is this year, should more PlayStation gamers be excited about the Xbox showcase, right?
I mean, yeah, I hope so. I'm really hoping that we'll see, I guess, a little bit less of a focus on that. I'm sure they'll be like, also on PlayStation somewhere, like just like a little tile screen or something. But yeah, I mean, honestly, what I'm hoping for, we get into predictions. We doing that a little bit?
We'll get to that in a little bit. We're saving the best for last.
I would say, as far as excitement level goes, though, it's like moderate. I mean, I think we're kind of in an off year where everyone was sort of holding on for GTA. We know Fable's getting pushed. The next year's game, E-Day, is probably still pretty far away. We know they tend to like show it once and they just kind of go quiet for a bit. So I think this is just going to be one of those slower years, and I think we kind of saw that from Sony as well. It's just a bit of a not a lull, and there's definitely stuff to be excited about, but it's just not going to be as full force as some of the other showcases we've had.
You've just given me a very pleasant thought, which is, in a year from now, when we're all here doing this again, we'll all have Grand Theft Auto 6 on our consoles at home, right? Yes! Wait, can we just stay home and play GTA 6 next year? It'll have only been out for like 2 weeks at that point. Yeah, who's hyped for GTA 6 even though we're still a year out, right? Like, that's gonna be the game. Michael, there's no chance. Is there even like a 1% chance that there's a GTA anything in the showcase today?
No. Rockstar calls their own shots, man. Like, they're one of the rare studios where like they drop trailers whenever they feel like it.
Yeah.
And people are going to watch. Like, that thing's going to get millions upon millions of views. Everyone's going to be talking about it. They don't need to attach themselves to showcases. And honestly, like, going back to an existential question is, like, what's the purpose of a showcase? It's kind of to uplift the people who don't necessarily have all the means to tell everyone about their game. And the Xbox has been great about that, whether it's ID at Xbox with independent games or their main showcase with some of their own studios, or, you know, third-party developers like Sandfall Interactive, who, you know, still looking for some kind of audience with a first game. So I think that's the excitement, is that you might see new IP, you might see things you don't expect, because that is kind of the purpose of it, and Xbox has been pretty good about that.
Yeah. Miranda, again, kind of bigger question, why should Xbox continue to do these showcases when it's kind of a third-party showcase at this point?
I mean, they bought all those studios. They have to showcase their stuff somewhere.
Exactly. Yeah.
I mean, I think it's going to come down to that, right? And of course, like, highlighting an opportunity for the developers. And I think Michael really hit on it well, that they do want to showcase indie developers. And I feel like ID at Xbox was such a great way for them to champion that and make it really explicit that these are smaller teams that they really care about and that they believe in. The other thing too, of course, is that I just want to know what's coming to Game Pass. Game Pass is huge.
Like,
I want to
how many
know.
Game Pass subscribers in the crowd? Yeah, like that's a pretty good. So that is that clearly the message is working from Microsoft, because yeah, that's Michael. I would argue that's maybe the #1 thing about the Xbox Showcase is it's kind of a 90-minute ad for why you should keep your Game Pass sub for another year, right?
Yeah, kind of like to that point. You know, if you see a hype trailer for something new or whatever, or something you're looking forward to, and then like on the bottom of the thing says coming to Game Pass day 1, like tell me you don't get hyped about that if you're subscribed to it, because I think that's it's about approachability, it's about accessibility to games too, giving people access to those things that, you know, dropping $70 and almost $80 in the future probably is a hard thing to ask. Like, listen, I don't got $80 to drop on a game right now, but I do have a sub to Game Pass, and I think I play a lot of games that way. Like, granted, I had access to things like South at Midnight and Clear Obscure beforehand for work purposes, but if I'm like a lot of my friends who have one platform and they're on Xbox, they're like, yo, did you play Clear Obscure? I'm like, yeah, that game's fire. It's like, oh, it's on Game Pass. Like, boom, they play it and that's their next favorite game. I keep talking about Clear Obscure, my bad. I can't stop thinking about it.
It's so good.
They know this is what we do.
Yeah. I mean, like, how many of y'all with Game Pass spent the day back in April playing Oblivion Remastered when that just dropped, right? Like, that's going to keep you subbed for a while.
Yeah.
So, for me, Microsoft's still a platform maker at the end of the day, even if they're kind of breaking convention, breaking tradition by publishing all their stuff on a bunch of other platforms. Yeah, is there anything? Are we going to see anything announced for Switch 2 at this? You guys think?
I mean, there'll probably be like multi-platform games where you'll see like Switch or like after the fact, like, oh yeah, it's gonna be on Switch too. That happens often.
That's totally exciting though, because like it's just obviously new and there's not a ton of games on it, but that's an exciting idea to think that some of these games actually will be coming to it. Maybe one day we'll get Halo on Switch. I don't know.
So last year, I said on this stage a year ago, I thought last year's Xbox Showcase was the best one they'd ever done. We'll get to predictions here after the break in a second, but real quick from each of you, how do they top it this year? Miranda, can they top it?
No.
No? Like last year was high bar.
If they bring GTA, maybe, if there's some cool exclusive, you know, you get a, I don't know, Warthog. That would be so silly, but I would drive it.
I'm now picturing tearing around Leonida in a Warthog, and
you can go off-road
I don't hate it. Yeah.
There's a whole off-road area. It just makes sense.
That's true. That's true. Sid, how does Microsoft top last year's awesome showcase?
I mean, you know my answer on a personal level.
Yeah.
It would be Wolfenstein 3, but I agree with Miranda. I'm really excited for the showcase, but last year's a hard one to top. I think we end up kind of seeing more check-ins and future things to be excited about, but maybe things are a little too far off to top something like last year.
Michael, can it be done? Can they raise the bar from where they set it very high last year?
For me personally, if they come out with a lot more weeb stuff, for me, I think that would top it for me. But in terms of like mass appeal, you know, but the bar is high. I don't think they have to clear it. You know, there's just like a certain, like, as long as they're good enough and they show things that are important to them and people are genuinely excited about, I think that's success. But for me, I want more anime games, man. Xbox has supported Japanese developers in big ways, and I would be excited to see that.
Ninja Gaiden 4, a prime example game I'm looking forward to. All right, We've got the Xbox Games Showcase coming up in a bit, followed by our Podcast Unlocked post-show recapping all of the reveals that we're about to get. After that, we'll be talking to the folks behind two huge upcoming games, The Outer Worlds 2 and 007 First Light. And a bit later, we'll be sitting down with the folks that made The Last of Us Season 2. But right now, we got to take a quick break. Do not go anywhere. The Xbox Showcase kicks off very soon right here on IGN Live.
IGN Live is presented by Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Thriller from Build a Rocket Boy, the studio founded by Mind's Eye is a new single-player action-adventure thriller from Build a Rocket Boy, the studio founded by visionary game director Leslie Benzies, known for his work on the Grand Theft Auto series. In Mind's Eye, you play as former Special Ops soldier Jacob Diaz as he fights his fate against high-tech experiments, AI, and an unchecked military power in Red Rock City, a metropolis where corporate greed and political ambition are in constant friction. Let's take a look at the latest trailer for Mind's Eye.
What are you doing here?
Come with me.
At first, I thought it was just broken synapses in my head.
Keep your lens feed on.
In years. I've been seeing things. Like a part of me that's been buried down deep feels like it's just knocking to get out. I'll be seeing you around, Charlie. Maybe this is the real me.
Diaz, you were a good soldier.
I don't want any part of your future. You don't deserve what they gave you. It's activating. You're one of them. You're working with them. No, please. What do you mean one of them?
And we're back. You're watching IGN Live, and if you're here for the Xbox Game Showcase, don't worry, you're just in time. Before we get back to Xbox, just a reminder to stick around after the showcase for a full deep dive post-show, as well as interviews with folks making some of the games that are going to be getting shown off. Plus, a ton more coming out of IGN Live later today, like a deep dive with the developers at Skybound Games. Wait till you see what they've got. Damon X Machina 2, Deadpool VR, Twisted Metal Season 2, and so much more. All right, let's get to an unlocked tradition that we've been doing at IGN for quite some time. We're doing it as last minute as it gets this year, which is our annual Xbox Showcase predictions. We each go around, we each jot down a few things ahead of time, what we think we might see, what we're hoping to see, what we predict is going to be in this showcase. I'm going to be a bad host and just go first, because one of the ones I had written down kind of maybe got confirmed on accident yesterday. So I'll just say I ran into somebody yesterday that makes me pretty confident in this one. So I think it's time for Double Fine to announce its next game.
Okay.
Psychonauts 2 was 2021, so it's been almost 4 years.
I can't believe it
already.
was that long ago. Like it felt like maybe 2 years ago.
I know, it's gone by quickly, but yeah. And the person I ran into, I'm like, why would you be here unless you were announcing something? So, Miranda, we're pretty sure that Double Fine is not doing A, Psychonauts 3, or B, as I've tried to get Tim Schafer to admit, like, are you guys doing Banjo 3? And he says no. He had said on Unlocked a couple of years ago at this point that they would be doing something new and original. So what do you think we might get from the mind of Tim Schafer and the team at Double Fine if, in fact, we do get an announcement from them today?
I don't know if that's something we can predict, Ryan. Honestly, like Tim Schafer has a wonderful imagination, and I just think of everything that we've had from them up until now, and hearing them say, no, we want to do something new and original. Like, that's exactly what I want from Double Fine.
Yeah.
I want them to have the best playground for creating whatever they think is going to be cool. And I think
we probably can't even predict genre from them,
No.
right? Because
Yeah.
the Double
Except
Fine's gone all over the place.
point and click, adventure.
Yeah.
We're going to do some more action adventure platformer. Like, the world's their oyster, basically.
Yeah. Michael, give me a prediction. What do you think we're going to see today?
Maybe not the most exciting thing, but I do expect to see Final Fantasy 16 and Final Fantasy 7 Remake, and maybe Rebirth as well, make its way to Xbox. Remake's coming to Switch too, and I think it's about time that Square Enix kind of starts branching out a little bit more. It's not that they don't put games out on Xbox, it's just that their cadence is so weird, and I think, not that they're struggling for sales, but I think they've realized the limitations of being on one platform, mainly PlayStation, and then coming to PC, which is a great idea, of course, but there's a whole other platform with Xbox that they can have access to so many other people who maybe don't have those platforms and just haven't even touched a Final Fantasy game before. So I expect both 16, 7 Remake, and hopefully Rebirth, but I know that would take a lot of work, and that would be a lot to drop in one go. But yeah, don't sleep on the latest Final Fantasies, because I do love those games, and I think it would be smart for Square Enix to do that, and I would like to see them.
I love that you're just getting totally greedy with it. You're like, not one, not two, like just all the Final
give me all of them.
Fantasies.
Come on.
Onto my plate, feed them to me.
There's no need to wait. I mean, I played those games, but I would like to see other people try them too.
Yeah. I mean, Sydney, the economics of it are just tough for any third-party publisher, right? It's tough to make money while leaving one platform out anymore, right?
Yeah, well, and I mean, I think we can all agree on the fact that just everything is more expensive now, and that, you know, making games and maintaining games is not an exception with that.
Yeah.
So it makes a ton of sense to really take advantage of the fact that there's a whole group of people that theoretically haven't gotten to experience these games, and I think it sounds like a win-win for everybody.
Yeah. Well, have you got a prediction for us, Sydney? Something you think we'll see at the Xbox Showcase today?
So I will once more ask for Wolfenstein 3. However, thank you. I do think we're going to see something, and this might be wishful thinking, but something around Halo, the Halo universe.
Oh.
I don't think it will be basically anything, but only because I don't think they're going to say anything about Gears. And maybe this is me living in the past, but I just feel like I would like them to comment or give kind of that older guard of fans something. And we heard about, 343 becoming Halo Studios last November. And they have said that they're working on Halo things in Unreal Engine 5. Yes. So I don't think we'll get much in general in the showcase. I don't think we're going to get a ton of new gameplay or super long narrative trailers, but I'm hoping, and I will put my hat in the ring, is that a saying?
Yeah.
That we'll see something about Halo or a Halo adjacent property.
Well, you bring up a good point. This is an honest question if anybody remembers, when was the last time Halo was at an Xbox showcase? It's been a minute, has it not?
Yeah, it's been a while.
Has it been since Infinite shipped in 21?
Probably.
I think you're right, but that's a crazy amount of time.
That's got to be the longest they've ever gone without featuring it in one of their showcases. I want to ask the audience, so we've talked about this in the past on Unlocked, all right, so Halo Studios, they're going to work in Unreal Engine 5, they're kind of starting over. I have two theories. One, they're either going to do a remake of Halo 1 in Unreal Engine 5, or just go with Halo, reboot the series entirely. Yeah. Because it's probably going to PlayStation at this point, right?
Yeah.
So would you guys rather have, by a show of applause, a remake of Halo 1? Anybody? All right. Or just rebooting the whole thing and starting over? I think it's the remake. The remake seems to be the... Yeah, reboot, not a lot of, I didn't detect a lot of love for the reboot out there.
I think a reboot, honestly, makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
I think that there's a new generation of players who don't have the same love for Halo, that kind of that grandfathered adoration and loyalty to the franchise that perhaps I do. But I mean, even my brother's not that much younger than me, and he's kind of like, yeah, I guess, whatever. And so it would make a lot of sense to kind of have a really clear entry point for new fans to fall in love with Master Chief again.
Well, we are now less than 5 minutes to go until the Xbox Game Showcase. Yeah, I'm just very convinced that whatever Halo Studios is going to do, it's not going to be Halo 7 or Infinite 2. I don't see that as the next move for them. Miranda, have you got another prediction for us in our final 5 minutes here?
Yes, I do. I do actually think, Sydney, we're going to see Gears of War, but not E-Day. I don't think we're going to see E-Day. Instead, I think they might, hopefully, for all of us Gears fans out there, do a remastered trilogy. Like,
so on top of Reloaded,
yes.
It's already been announced.
So they have, just pack in Reloaded, you got it, but then do 2 and 3.
So the Marcus Phoenix collection, basically.
Exactly. That's
right?
what we want, just everything tuned up, beautiful. Because how else are they going to ship to the PlayStation, right? Like, we really need these sort of updates. And, like, obviously it's not maybe the most exciting for everybody, but as a Gears fan, I've been taking my twin sister through Gears. I'd really like to have that updated experience.
Where are my Gears fans out there? Like, anybody? Yeah, I mean, it's such a great series. E-Day is going to be so sick whenever we get around to that. So, yeah, it's and just having John DiMaggio back.
Yes.
Yeah, he's so good. Michael, have you got another prediction for me for this showcase?
Yeah. Okay.
What's that look on your face? Where are you going with this?
Listen, call it rumors, call it leaks, but if this is the showcase in which we see a Persona 4 remake, I will pop off, y'all. I'm gonna cry, I'm gonna scream, I'm gonna throw up. It's gonna go crazy.
The stage is gonna be disgusting.
Production team, save that clip just in case we might need it in 2 hours.
When we see that, I'm gonna stage dive, man. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That being said, that game does need a lot of work if they were to remake it. They can't just put out the same one. Persona 4 Golden is a great version of that game, but it does need some serious overhauls if they want to do a full-on remake. So if we do see that here at the Xbox Showcase, I would get hyped, don't get me wrong, I'm gonna pop off, but then I would do a little research in the background, like, how are y'all remaking this game? That's very important to me, but nonetheless, people be talking about it, it's rumored, leaked, now's the time.
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Do you think they would do the content that Golden has, or would they leave it out? Because I know that was the thing with Persona 3 Reload. It's like, oh, this is just the focused base game. Like, it's not extra stuff or upgrades or anything.
Yeah, that's a good question. I think, I'm not sure if I think they would, actually. Yeah. It's because it's not too much. It's not like with Persona 3 that's like, oh, we have the female character and it's a kind of a different route. Whereas for Golden was, hey, we put some extra content on top. So there's no reason why they wouldn't do that. But then again, Atlus's release plans are always kind of weird or whatever. But regardless, I think that if they were to remake it, there would be so much in there that it kind of wouldn't matter one way or the other. But hey. Watch me pop off up in the theater later when we're watching the
I'm
showcase.
waiting for that stage dive. Now I want this to get. Please announce this, Microsoft, because I want to see that stage dive. I see some broad-shouldered folks out in the audience that are ready to catch you if you do. Yeah. Sid, have you got one more prediction for us in the final 90 seconds here?
I think we're going to see something about Contraband.
I'm glad you mentioned that. Yeah, I had that down too. 2021. A vague cinematic trailer, nothing since.
Yeah,
right?
that was a long time ago.
From the developers of Just Cause, so super talented people, Avalanche. Yeah, I had in my notes, like, if that's not at this showcase 4 years later, I'm going to assume it's canceled. Like,
right?
It's just,
because we haven't literal silence.
Yeah, and I'll just go ahead and we got 1 minute to go. I'll give you my last one, kind of on that same note. Everwild? Rare?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That was announced. I had to look this up. It's a pre-pandemic announcement. 2019 was when that was first announced. Then they showed it one more time after that. I'm kind of in the same boat with Contraband as I am with Everwild. Like, is this still happening?
Yeah.
If it is, it seems like this is the year. It's time to show it. So we'll see. I mean, there's a lot. They still haven't given us updates on everything they've announced over these last few years. So it's going to be interesting to see what we get coming up in less than 20 seconds. So on that note, it looks like the 2025 Xbox Game Showcase is about to start. We'll see you back right here, right after the post show. So stick around. Count it down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go, Xbox.
I'd care that the colony is in disarray. We didn't come to Arcadia to get bogged down in pointless warfare. We came to spread freedom and liberate resources for profit. But this pesky Earth Directorate agent is mucking things up. They're not alone in doing so. And they think they can just choose how things play out. They could stop us from stealing the Protectorate's brainwashing technology, which we need to improve our market share. What if this stranger aligned with the Order and that world computer of theirs? That could be the key to closing the rifts that threaten the colonies. So, you see why this menace must be wiped from the face of existence. Or, better yet, brought to our side through the power of capitalism. Now, let's get out there and buy our way to victory!
I'm yearning and yearning for you. My heart and revel in you. Every last bit of my way, every last bit that I'm paid, every last bit that I save is intended for you. Although the cost may be high, one day I know you'll be mine. Someday perhaps I'll own two. For now I'll take one that's brand new. 'Cause I'm yearning and yearning for you.
An adventure made for capitalism by capitalism. Inflate our impressions and egos by staying tuned after the showcase.
World premiere.
Babe, what's wrong?
I'm sorry. I've just been so depressed lately.
You know, it would fix everything. Humanzapro. humans are barely sentient. Scientists have done studies, and their brains are like half the size of ours.
World premiere.
At Xbox, we strive to put the player first. And that's what you've seen from us over the years. We've led the industry with backward compatibility. We championed crossplay and cross-progression. We deliver Game Pass, first on console, then on PC, and with cloud gaming. So what's next? How can we give you even more freedom, more choice, more ways to play? Our next step is to unify your gaming no matter where you buy or play. So we're building an Xbox experience designed for players, not locked to a single store or tied to one device. The Xbox Ally is an Xbox you can hold in your hands, bringing together the power of Xbox and the freedom of Windows. On this Xbox, you can play games across your entire library, including all the Windows PC game stores, from Xbox and Battle.net to Steam, GOG, and Ubisoft Connect. And the highly anticipated Hollow Knight Silksong will be available at launch and in Game Pass when the Ally releases later this year. In fact, every new game you see in today's show will be playable on the Xbox Ally. We have always wanted you to have the unique experience of Xbox on any screen. That's why we're investing in Xbox Play Anywhere. Whether you're playing on console, PC, smart TV, or any Windows handheld like the new Xbox Ally, the Xbox experience roams with you. Your library, progression, friends, and achievements. There are over 1,000 Xbox Play Anywhere games on Xbox today. And every new game you see in today's show, from our partners and our studios, is Xbox Play Anywhere. And because it's Xbox, you can always have access to Game Pass with a diverse lineup of games from the biggest franchises to critically acclaimed indie hits. This is the freedom we believe players should have. Any game, anywhere. And we are giving it our all every day to make this vision real. But it all comes back to the games. From Dead to Rights on the original Xbox to Armored Core 6, our relationship with Bandai Namco Entertainment has stood the test of time. We both believe in bringing amazing experiences to players around the world, and their next game does exactly that. From Rebel Wolves Studio, this is a story-rich action RPG steeped in dark fantasy that I can't wait for you to explore. Thank you, and enjoy the rest of the show.
Monsters have always been here, watching from the shadows. And when we were at our weakest, they came out into the light. We feared for our lives, but we should have feared for our souls instead. The vampires didn't come to kill us. No, they came to rule. To turn us into mindless, docile cattle. Not me, though. They tried to change me into one of them. But I became something else instead. Their worst nightmare. Trapped between the two worlds. Fighting to even the score. Fighting to understand the evil behind it all. He is out there watching, seeping into you, growing.
World premiere.
Watch your back, Yakumo. You're a wanted criminal now.
I'll kill the Dark Dragon myself. It's my mission. My duty as a Raven Ninja.
Breaking the Dark Dragon free has its consequences.
This is it.
Sayori.
Ryu, there's something I need your help with.
The Dark Dragon is mine.
Good luck, Indy.
What are you doing, Jones? Are you crazy?
This is where it starts. Beneath the streets of Rome. Enter the city of Antioch. Find the secret relic. Bring it back to the Holy See. Defend the secret. They worshipped the giants.
World premiere.
遥か昔、この国に輪廻の獣が現れた。輪廻の獣は汚れを吐き、あらゆる生物を蝕んだ。西暦4026年、人類は滅亡を待つのみ。封じ子エマ、お前こそが輪廻の獣を滅ぼす刃となる。
glittering streets of Avalon sure do shine. Because they sweep their filth down to us.
Get your paper in! Who's for a paper?
Here's to playing in the mud. Life here ain't for the soft-hearted.
You will be paying me back until you fucking rust.
It ain't for the spineless.
Keep your filthy pickers off me!
And it sure as shite ain't for the decent.
That's a clean sweep for what a...
There has been a crime! Justice itself has been affronted! I have been burgled!
Lord Griswick.
Bertold!
Yes, I got that part. Do you know anyone who might wish you ill? We can't arrest and question everyone. Let's see if we can narrow the suspects down a bit.
They were,
Trust your instincts, sir.
tall,
Yes, sir.
built rather slim, well, muscular. Mm-hmm. Was very quick, agile.
Go on.
With a mustache. No, larger.
I see.
Quite fashionable. That's the fiend who robbed me.
They got my good side this time. Breaking in is the easy part.
Your brandy, sir.
Getting away with it is the real trick.
These candlesticks ain't gold. Worthless and dull, just like you. Nah, I have a customer. How can I help you?
I'd rather talk to you, Errol. Sounds like I'll get a better deal.
You talk to me first, and him never. Got it?
Uncle's a bit touchy, ain't he, Errol?
Touchy? I say I'm touchy! There. Anything else you'd care to say to Errol? Brains. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it.
Round here, it's all sharp edges, empty pockets, and blood on the cobbles. Goodbye, Silas.
No, no! I'll hurt you, you fucking meatsack! I'll leave you with a pissing bed of pieces!
You'd either got a gang at your back, or a knife in it.
We're family here. Family takes care of its own.
Can't put a price on that, can you?
Them's in charge. They don't keep order. They keep power.
Take this thing into the crucible and melt it.
They just want us beaten, broken, and too scared to fight back.
I don't want to kill him.
That's why it pays to be clever and well-armed. Let's go and end a few arguments. Don't get cocky. They've got a weapon far worse. Time. And if they can rewrite history, they can rewrite us. But look who just found Mummy's keys. Now I can fiddle with time. Put the bullet back in the barrel. Bring the chaos to a crawl. Take a mistake and make it like it never happened. We can change the world as we know it. One choice at a time. And I can even go back and change the past to change the future. And let me tell you, the hunters don't like it when the rabbits got the gun.
Now let me alone and piss off!
Our creative teams are dedicated to bringing players award-winning, record-breaking, critically acclaimed games. Call of Duty, Black Ops 6 from Activision, Doom, The Dark Ages from Bethesda, Diablo 4, Vessel of Hatred from Blizzard, and Avowed from Xbox Game Studios. All of our teams across Xbox First Party are shipping their most played games ever, and they're also delivering more content than ever before. From original single-player experiences to vast online worlds, our teams are empowered to build the games they've always dreamed of. We want our players to have the choice and flexibility of where and how they play the games our teams make. So of course, our games will be available day one in Game Pass, and every new game we make for both Xbox consoles and PC will be Xbox Play Anywhere. On behalf of our creative teams, thank you. These experiences don't stop when you put down the controller. As you've seen in recent years, more and more of our characters, stories, and worlds are expanding to brand new audiences through TV and film. A Minecraft movie and the Fallout TV series broke records and brought millions of players into the game. We have more projects in the works as gaming continues to influence film and television like never before. When it comes to growing new franchises, Obsidian is having a year like no other. From launching a blockbuster new game like Avowed to the upcoming release of The Outer Worlds 2 this October. Obsidian is always delivering great games, and they have a third game launching this year. You'll get to go deeper on it in our Direct, but until then, let's take a look.
World premiere.
I told you, you can't run from me, you foul beast! With new flexible legs, the yoke girth action figure can ride anything!
Breaking news. There's been an explosion at Brook Hollow Park. Chaos descended on a ceremony commemorating the 2-year anniversary of when 4 teenagers were miniaturized against their will and left to fight for their survival in the backyard of a deranged scientist. Formerly evil company Ominent Practical Technologies was set to dedicate a statue of the 4 teenagers, fast food science robot Burgle, and Dr. Tully when an explosion erupted. Dr. Tully and the teenagers' current whereabouts are also unknown.
You gotta keep them separated.
The predecessor, ND3500, reached. Accessing predecessor's travel log. Attempting data salvage.
I have encountered an unprecedented orphan. It was in a state of suppressed recomposition.
The behavior pattern of the orphans populating the area is highly unusual. they become exceptionally aggressive.
It is highly recommended to proceed with caution.
Seem to act more consistently, in coordination.
Destroying the nest is now a priority.
Such is our calling.
Such is our calling.
World premiere.
Mayday! Mayday! Code 1 to mission control, we're falling! Thomas, the ship's breaking apart! There's no time! Evacuate! Now! Thomas, come in!
Ariane, you sacrificed everything for a new world, to save mankind. And I'll always love you for that.
Thomas, wherever you are, I'll find you.
Welcome to England, Mr. David. I know this must be a shock, having never met your real father, but he left you this hotel in his will. It's been in your family for generations. Much like the caretaker. He's a little eccentric. You'll see.
Let me welcome you to the Grand, a hotel famous across the land. Every room used to be in such high demand. Your wish our command here at the Grand.
Well, hello there. It looks like you're about to do some renovations. Would you like some help with that?
So, my father was renovating the hotel when he disappeared?
Not just the hotel. He was helping the entire village. You have his power tools. You know, you could pick up where he left off. You seem like a good man, like he was.
I'm in. They don't suspect a thing.
Just make sure the locals don't get wind of what you're really up to. Because if they find out, they will wicker man your ass.
You keep looking into things, and things are gonna start looking back. Don't make the same mistake your father made. In this place, the only one you can really trust is me.
There are as many gods in the world as there are stars in the heavens. And when we need their help, they send us a hero. Who would have guessed the defender of my homeland would be my daughter?
She unlocked the heavenly spear, but is she worthy?
You can't rule if the heavenly spear is mine.
주권 국가의 자주적 결정을 누가 허락하는가? 만약 이 결정이 패권 국가의 특정 정치 집단의 이익을 저해한다면 당신의 특정 행동이 대중의 의사결정에 영향을 미칠 수 있으며 반대로 누군가는 당신의 의사결정에 영향을 주려 한다는 것을 인지할 때 자신만의 온전한 입장을 세울 수 있지 않을까? 당신의 입장은 온전한 본인의 판단인가? 그렇게 믿고 있거나 믿고 싶을 뿐. 당신은 무엇 때문에 분노하는가? 당신의 분노는 스스로 결정한 것인가? 누군가 당신의 분노를 이용한다. 지정태. 지정태!
World premiere.
E ora olaiem loite fativi. Novo. Ilo? Te kemaite mana. Muite onanite waiora. Dia. Novo tua libemo iwa lotaname. Ona otalima di efema. Teonami. Toma tua calio, terali.
Well, hello there. Beautiful day to relax by the old fishing hole, wouldn't you say? When it comes to fishing, Appalachia is a land aswim with opportunity. Yes, you'll find fish of all flavors in every walk of waterway, from its mightiest of rivers to its humblest of ponds. Just step up to the bank, cast your line, and when your bobber starts bobbing, reel in the rewards. What do you got on there, Jed? Worms! And how are they biting today?
See for yourself.
Bagging the big fish starts with finding the right tools for the job. There are as many unique combinations of rods, reels, bobbers, and baits as there are fish in the sea. And when you've caught your fill, pop over to the local tackle shop to swap fish tails. Can you smell that? No matter what troubles plague the future wastelands of Appalachia, you can always find comfort in cozy little joys like this. You just gotta know where to look. Vault Life is your ticket to easy living. Design and build your own little slice of paradise. A place to show off all the bits and bobs you collect in your travels. Got a green thumb? Plant your own peaceful vegetable garden. And nothing warms the heart like a neighborhood cookout.
Community makes a wasteland a waste home. Join today, and tomorrow you'll be kicking back and sharing a meal with friends in beautiful Appalachia.
World premiere. World premiere.
Hey, what's up everyone? It's Tony Hawk Pro Skater. I just want to say thanks to everyone for all the love and support we've seen since we announced Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 and 4 a few months ago. These games have changed my life, but more than that, I've seen them help spread a love and appreciation for skating all over the world, and that means everything to me and the team. I can't wait for you all to experience the game. It's been rebuilt with so much care and attention to detail, with some brand new parks, new music, new skaters, and more. And you can enjoy it all with your friends with up to 8 players in multiplayer. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 and 4 officially drops July 11th, and we have a lot more surprises to come. Check out the launch trailer now.
Slug and Max,
decided to show up. It's game time, baby!
You think you can still find your way back home, Phoenix?
Looks like they upgraded.
Nausea, baby!
Let's do this.
This is gonna be awesome.
Form up!
World premiere.
The Smugglers League is always there. But you won't see us. You won't hear us. And the only way you'd ever know it is if that's what we wanted. As smugglers, we deal in the goods others are afraid to handle. Guns, explosives.
And don't forget the rum.
It's a life of danger like no other. So I guess my question is, can you handle that?
Getting your hands on gold is one thing, but you should know that this is what we're really after. The bigger the boom, the better. Smugglers need to be adaptable. It's more than moving under moonlight and shadows. You should be ready to take advantage of others' misfortune. Stealing, of course, is always an option. Just do whatever it takes to get the job done. You are pirates, after all.
Welcome, my friends, to the Smugglers League. You're paying for that.
World premiere.
Hope you're not in a hurry because northbound is backed up all the way to 18th Street. And the southbound ain't looking much better.
This is ridiculous. Please, come on.
Are you one of them? You're here, but it's right.
Had enough yet?
No, Dad, not even close.
you'd understand why I had to do this. Accept our rule or die.
I'd like to propose a third option.
I'm not your son anymore! I'm the guy who's going to throw you off this planet for good. I trusted you!
Back off! Ready to bleed? This is over! All right, coming through!
Let's do this! Gotcha!
Going up! Come here! Need a hand? Might want to look up!
I'm up! See how you like this? It's an army!
I am ending you! I see it all now.
To even the odds. Any objections?
Know your place, little lamb. There's no one to save you now.
You will answer for what you've done!
Our flames are our own, and they burn as one!
Come to me, Ifrit!
Valisthea cannot endure a second claim upon her being, but she may yet be saved by you.
World premiere.
Games like Psychonauts 2 showed how Double Fine excels at creating unique and innovative experiences, and Keeper is no exception. Looking ahead, next year marks 25 years of Xbox. It's a big milestone for the platform and franchises that you helped build and make popular. We couldn't have done this without everyone who's been with us on this journey. As we think about bringing a new generation of players to these iconic franchises, I'm excited to share that players will get to celebrate 25 years of Xbox with a new Fable, the next Forza, Gears of War E-Day, and the return of a classic that's been with us since the beginning. Today, you've seen an incredible range of games from creators across the globe. Creators like In Exile, reaching for new heights with Clockwork Revolution. Sluggerfly, making Team Meat's modern classic platformer into 3D. Square Enix, bringing more of the critically acclaimed Final Fantasy franchise to our players. And Team Ninja, returning to the beloved series they debuted on Xbox. You've also seen the next Xbox hardware release, our Xbox Ally handheld, which lets you bring your Xbox experience and your library with you anywhere. I hope you enjoyed the breadth and depth of the games, updates, and experiences that are coming to Xbox from our partners and our own creative teams. We're seeing more players on our platform and in our games than ever, thanks to all of you. We're proud of the creativity that Obsidian is delivering this year. Immediately after Showcase, our Direct begins, where you'll go inside the studio for an extended look at The Outer Worlds 2 and Grounded 2. Thanks for joining us today. But before we get into the Direct, we have a final world premiere. Enjoy.
World premiere.
Welcome to the Guild. We have been expecting you. Please, follow me. You already know us as a global tech leader. Our software, our systems, combined with our skilled team, is designed to save lives. Your years of service have shown you the importance of our work. Here, you'll witness the global scope of that mission in action. Let me introduce you to our esteemed visionary.
For too long, we have been bound by outdated systems, accepting limitations instead of redefining them. The Guild is safeguarding tomorrow, now. We are pioneering the future of protection worldwide. Our advancements are designed to elevate everyday life, reshaping the future of technology on a global scale. I'm Emma Kagan, CEO of the Guild.
Fear is a powerful thing. David Mason. Menendez.
Welcome to Obsidian Entertainment. We here at the studio have joked around that this has been the year of Obsidian, with Avowed releasing early this year and now ending the year with 2 more games. And what better way to cap this incredible year for us than by doing what our studio does best, sequels.
That's where I come in. You can get out of here, Fergus. Thank you so much. No, you're doing great. You nailed it. The sequel is the lifeblood of every great franchise. Think about it. The original creates the world and builds fandom, but the sequel, that's what makes it worth remembering. No sequel, no hoverboard. No sequel, no dual SMGs. No sequel, no raccoon tail. No sequel, no Zune 2. Which doesn't really exist, but I wish it had.
There was a Zune 2.
There was a Zune 2? I'm Mark, the head of sequels here at Obsidian, and I have sequelized everything. Blockbuster movies to AAA video games to my first marriage, so trust me, I know what I'm doing. Come along on this journey with me. Part 2.
Let the killing commence.
The Outer Worlds 2 is a sequel to The Outer Worlds 1. It's a continuation of the themes of robber barons in space and how people are controlled by the stories they're told by the people who have power over them. This time we're able to go a lot deeper because we have more time and money, which is a great thing, and we're able to make it a much more true Obsidian reactive RPG than we were the first time around. So we're going deeper and more complex with everything for this sequel. Deeper story, lore, RPG interactions, reactivity, all the things we've been known for as a company. It's really a complete realization of everything people want from an Obsidian game. Surprisingly, this is the first time in over 25 years that I've had the chance to do a full sequel for a world that I helped co-create. It's really just a fantastic opportunity to explore and expand the universe in interesting ways, and to go even further with the themes of how people are affected by living in a dystopian corporate reality.
You can shoot your way through it, you can talk your way through it, you can sneak your way through it. And so no matter what kind of play style that you like, this is just an awesome franchise and an awesome game to jump into, even if it's your first one.
The first Outer Worlds was a great base to start from, as it has all the elements of a great Obsidian RPG. Interesting characters, deep worlds, important choices. In the Outer Worlds 2, not only did we want to double down on those elements, but we wanted to give players even more of it.
We've also put a lot of investment into skills and traits that impact things like combat, conversations, and areas that we call RPG interactions, which are the part of the world where players can use their specific skills, perks, and backgrounds to solve problems in unique ways in our new, bigger worlds.
I love a deep RPG experience, and building out that RPG crunchiness for our players was at the forefront of what we set out to create. We prioritize those deeper RPG options with different character builds and combos so players can express their role-playing power fantasies. We also have different equipment options for different playstyles and different companions with different abilities. In the first Outer Worlds, you start off as the Stranger, which was basically a blank slate to build on top of with various attribute points that would begin to define your personal experience in the game. You can make any kind of character you want, but we've given you a role. That role is an Earth Directorate agent. You can think of them as kind of like space cowboys or space sky marshals. They're the good guys that go into places and kind of fix everything that's wrong. You're gonna be one of those. But we don't tell you why you joined the Earth Directorate. There could have been a lot of different reasons, right? It could have been because you're an actual lawbringer and you want to go in there and spread law throughout the galaxy. It could be that you're a roustabout and you just had nothing better to do. After you pick your background, one of the really important choices you have next is choosing your traits. While we had attributes in the first Outer Worlds, we've leaned into traits for the Outer Worlds 2, which are these big changes to your character depending on which ones you pick. So it could be something like Brilliant, where you can tag extra skills and you start getting extra skill points. And that's obviously really great if that's how you want to build your character. You can also go and do something like Lucky, where you get extra critical chance, and you also get a lot of really cool options throughout the game as well. Of course, we brought back dumb, so players love the dumb option.
Tell me, do you believe in signs? Not quite what I meant, but I like your contempt for boundaries. I could put your adventurous spirit to good use.
You get like lots of really cool, fun conversation options in the game, but we took that even further. And again, there's lots of elements in the game where you can be dumb and use that for something. Could be something as simple as banging on a machine to get it to work. After you've invested in some of your traits, your next choices are going to be choosing your skills. The skills themselves basically allow you to build on your playstyle and what your character is doing in the game. That will be everything from playing stealthily to speccing for an explosive specialty. Throughout your entire journey, your character continues to change with the different choices you make. In the Outer Worlds 1, actually had more skills than we have, so we condensed them down to really the core and essence of what we really wanted there. But we made each point that you put into a skill much more impactful. So instead of getting small percentage changes, we actually did much larger changes per point that you put into each skill. And again, all these things, because of how they're checked inside the world itself, can matter quite a bit. You know, just even having one additional skill point in something can open up a lot more options in the world itself. If anybody's played Fallout New Vegas, they'll be very familiar with like the perk system. We basically borrowed that, but went even grander. We actually have more perks than Fallout New Vegas did. But here's the cool thing, right? We check and use perks for literally everything, right? So you can do everything from, hey, I want to make a stealthy build that steals stuff and is really good at that. Okay, great. Well, you can take maybe the pickpocketing perk. So that's not available to everybody, but if you select that, now you can actually go around and steal things out of people's pockets. There's another perk called heavy-handed, right? Where say you're a melee person, what this does is now your power attacks that you use actually knock people down.
Oh man, I really like the serial killer perk. As you start killing people, they will drop hearts. And you can take those hearts, and essentially you're taking these trophies, you could say, and it's actually giving you a permanent health bonus every time you do it. We have this perk called Assassin. Now, this is an early game perk that you can take, which every time you stealth attack an enemy, you're actually going to get a movement bonus for a certain amount of time.
Flaws were a system that everybody loved from the first game, but we wanted to make it more personal to the player. We wanted it to really reflect how you were playing the game and give you a bonus that you actually wanted to really engage with.
With the flaw system returning, we knew we needed to go bigger, better, and more real than ever before. So we turned to the team. I told them, no bad ideas. Give me what you got. Okay, we need more flaws. We need them to be real. I want to put them in the game, so give me something. Inspiration. What's wrong with you?
Oh, I have bad knees.
You got bad knees? They hurt when you walk a lot?
Yes.
When you walk too much, they hurt?
No cartilage.
Sounds boring. Makes you sound like a boring person, but it's in the game.
I know it.
It's a good flaw. What about you?
I like to take small things sometimes.
So you're stealing?
No, I'm taking.
When do you give them back?
I don't.
Claire. Claire, you shouldn't be stealing. What are you doing? You shouldn't be stealing, Claire.
Tiny crimes.
Tiny crimes? Do you hear the second part, though? It's a crime.
Well,
You're stealing. Claire, that's wrong. You can't steal things, okay? But it's an amazing flaw, and I'm putting it in the game. But you're a bad person. And are you the one that took my stapler?
do you need it?
Yeah. Give it back.
Okay.
Please. You, what do we got? Flaw.
I like to stare at the sun.
How long did you stare at the sun?
Just lunch break.
An hour?
Oh, I only get 30. You guys get an hour?
I get an hour.
An hour.
Oh. Makes me feel energized.
How many fingers am I holding up?
3?
No. Anything else? We'll put it in the game. We'll put it in the game because I feel bad for you. Anything else?
One of my favorite flaws is something called bad knees. It will actually give you the option to take this flaw that'll make it so that you move faster throughout the game. But the problem is, anytime you stand up, your knees are going to make a loud popping noise that makes it so that, well, everyone around you is going to hear you.
There's one called Kleptomaniac. This is really interesting because what it does is when you steal something, you can actually sell it for more bits than normal. And like that sounds really great. The drawback is sometimes when you're looking at things in the world that are owned by somebody else, you'll automatically steal them. So you have to be very careful about how you use them.
One of our more wacky perks is the Sun Gazer Flaw, and it just gives everyone cataracts while playing their game. So everything becomes like light shafts and blooms and hazes, and makes the game pretty unplayable if you happen to choose that perk.
If you happen to be the type of player that habitually reloads your weapons like I do, well, you'll be offered the flaw of over-prepared. Now, you'll get larger magazine sizes on all of your weapons, but if you ever fully empty your magazine, you're gonna take a debuff for a while. While we support options like being a gunslinger who wants to key into destructive weapons, or a rogue who wants to alpha strike their enemies before they know what hit them, we also allow for a lot of fun and experimental builds. You can be a mad scientist who utilizes gadgets and wacky science weapons and armors, or even a psychopath who gains permanent bonuses to health by murdering their friends.
Nothing shows the impact of these character build options better than, in my opinion, the bridge area, which has a quest you get early on in Paradise Island. Not only do you kind of encounter this very early, and it's a very core one to the story, but it really expresses our philosophy of allowing the player to solve problems in a bunch of ways. So you may solve it by speech options. You may talk to them and maybe have to go do a quest for them and really kind of prove that you're a friend of the Protectorate to get by.
I may have need of your help, stranger, if you are ready to seize an opportunity to show fealty to the Protectorate.
You could go guns blazing and you could just take everyone out inside the POI, lower the bridge itself, and kind of get across. You could sneak in, lower the bridge, and then actually sneak in under the bridge to get over to the other side. You can bypass the bridge entirely if you found like certain gadgets, like the shield gadget that protects you from poison gas as you go across, or the double jump boots, which kind of allow you to jump across the chasm and get across that way. There's even a really kind of messed up way, right? Which is players can actually sacrifice one of their companion who they just found as part of.
We're no different than the Vrees if we start tossing our own to the rats. I sure as law ain't gonna follow someone who can't see the wrong in it.
I must admit I'm surprised we could come to an understanding. But I thank you for your loyalty, stranger. As promised, you shall have clearance to cross this bridge.
It's such a fun quest, but again, it really showcases that we want you to be able to solve this in whatever way you want to. When you build your character your way, we're there for you. We really want you to have the experience that you want to have out of this.
From the very beginning of our discussions about the Outer Worlds, we really knew we wanted every game to take place in a different colony. This lets us expand on all aspects of the universe. Every colony can be its own thing with its own flavor, and we can center them around anything we want, any ideas or setting we're interested in. Arcadia is an isolated colony with abundant resources, and it's run by an authoritarian faction called the Protectorate. Their dictatorship is thematically based around the question of how much freedom people will give up for security and luxury. For Protectorate subjects, unfortunately, that answer is everything. The Protectorate is also incredibly wealthy because it was founded by the inventor of the skip drives, which are the Outer World's faster-than-light engines. But those skip drives are starting to cause rifts in space-time, which are cutting off all the other colonies on Earth from being able to trade with each other. The Order of the Ascendant is an offshoot of the Order of Scientific Inquiry from the original game, and like them are a science-based religion with the same goal of solving the universal equation, which will allow them to predict and alter the future to the benefit of all mankind. They used to be part of the Protectorate, but they split off to focus on solving the equation for the good of everyone, not as a way to simply control the masses. The player's been sent to Arcadia as an Earth Directorate agent to find out how the skip drives are causing the rifts and what can be done to stop them. Each of the factions have their own solutions to the rift problem and their own goals. The Protectorate wants to close them to protect their legacy as the inventor of the drives and their wealth. The Order wants to close them not only for the good of everyone, but also because they're complicating the math they're using to solve the universal equation. And Antes just wants to be able to open and close them at will to control all the trade routes between the colonies. In addition to expanding the themes and lore of the Outer Worlds, we're also expanding the humor, so each faction has its own flavor of absurdity. Anti's Choice is a merger between Anti-Cleo and Spacer's Choice from the original game, and there are corporate representatives in the Outer Worlds too. They've invaded Arcadia to liberate their resources for all of humanity, at a profit, of course.
One of my favorite things from Fallout New Vegas is the radio system. It was just iconic for me, and I wanted to make sure that the Outer Worlds 2 had that. So we actually built out 3 different radio stations, one for each of the major factions. You also have a ton of music. Each station might have I think 20 tracks of unique music that we've made for it. It's a lot of stuff. But the really cool part about this entire thing is that we actually put a lot of reactivity into the radio. So it will respond to the things that are going on around the world that you've been interacting with. So if you go into a location, let's say you solve a problem for the Protectorate folks, if you listen to the Protectorate radio station, they're gonna be cheering you on as a hero.
Wonderful news, everyone. The Zeranium gas leaks at the Automech repair facility, strongly believed to be caused by Anti's Choice malefactors, have been corrected.
Some hotshot for hire just managed to fix the electrum leak in their repair facility. Now, I'm not saying we caused it in the first place, but we sure like the idea of all those broken auto mechanicals and all the excessive gasping and choking involved.
The factions and companions are great examples of how we're going deeper and more complex this time around. They're integrated into the game's storyline much more than we did on the first Outer Worlds, and like with everything else in the game, they have a lot more reactivity. There are 6 companions in the Outer Worlds too. As usual, each has their own quest lines, but this time they are also connected to a different faction and have character arcs that the player can affect through their choices. Your first companion is Niles. He's another Earth Directorate agent like you, and he's looking for your help to decide whether he wants to become an even better agent or to turn his back on the Earth Directorate completely. There's also a somewhat cute Automech support drone that is basically Niles' helper. Her name is Val. Marisol's part of the Order of the Ascendant, and she's an aging but still deadly assassin. That's right, she's a deadly mathematician who may or may not have some unfinished business to attend to with the player's help. There's also a cultist named Azza, who is part of a sub-faction that worships the rifts, and in her case, violence in general. You can choose to either turn her away from overt violence or support her chaotic and dangerous tendencies. At one time, Anti's Choice had a program to graft soldiers with animal parts to make them more formidable. Unfortunately, it didn't quite work and most of them are now dead. There's a combat medic who survived, however, named Inez, and she wants the player to help her fix her graft, among other things. Finally, there's Tristan. He's a Protectorate arbiter who is judge, jury, and executioner all rolled into one heavily armored package. It is your choice to either help him judge wrongdoers or show him what true justice looks like.
We definitely have reactivity in the game based on how you've been treating your companions. I won't reveal the end of the game, but let's say if you have not been treating them well, you will find out at the end of the game what that means.
Companions are a very, very important part of merchandising, because that's the real beauty of the sequel. We're talking merch, baby. It is the lifeblood. It is what fuels us. Do you want to see some of my ideas? Hop, hop. Check this out. Gen Alpha loves body pillows, especially ones that look like human beings for some reason, right? Who needs a significant other when you could have a knife-wielding space psycho up in your sheets, huh? What do they do with them when they get them, huh? Maybe a little napping, maybe a little snuggling, maybe a little nut.
The visuals of the first Outer Worlds depicted a frontier colony in space. The Outer Worlds 2 is driven by an invasion of the Arcadia colony system by Anti's Choice, which shifts the visuals to be more reminiscent of a World War I-like setting in space. That evolution is seen across all aspects of the game, starting with the factions. How do you militarize everything, including extreme capitalists or math-crazed scientists? In a World War I setting, war comes with propaganda. The Sovereign uses it to maintain control, Anti's Choice uses it to help their bottom line. The Order just wants to show how it exists within the grand plan. We want players to feel like Arcadia is a living, breathing place scarred by a long-standing war. Fairfield, one of the first towns you encounter, was once under Protectorate control, but has recently been taken over by Anti's Choice. They don't just occupy the town, they rebrand it with their signature style, repainting buildings, posting guards, and adding propaganda-based holograms featuring Anti and the Moon Man. Showing the towns evolving after the invasion helps us push immersion for our players. One of our priorities in visually realizing the world of The Outer Worlds 2 was making sure everything is clear and recognizable from the player standpoint. We want to make sure each faction has a particular look and design. So when the player is running across these vast, different environments and landscapes, they're recognizing the motifs and visuals of who they're talking to, what they're going to be talking about, and how that progresses throughout the story. The first Outer Worlds was really about the player interfacing with corporations. And while we have that in The Outer Worlds 2, we really want to express not just the corporations, but how the player interacts with other facets of the world, like government entities or religious structures. And then we elaborate on those.
With larger environments, we wanted to encourage exploration by improving player mobility across the board. Now you can run, slide, double jump, mantle, and parkour your way through all of the nooks and crannies of these worlds. It really allows the player to just explore and have fun finding really cool stuff.
We've aimed to make everything in The Outer Worlds 2 better from top to bottom. The RPG elements were the start, but that's touched our story, our art, and especially our gameplay. A good sequel is true to the original. That's first and foremost, right? Like, we all want to add in a bunch of things as you're making a sequel, right? We want to make it bigger and better in every way. That's what we were trying to do here. And I thought, we did not need this consultant. We've made enough sequels. We understand how to do this. And I will say, I don't think it's been entirely successful.
I am very proud of the combat improvements we have made in The Outer Worlds 2, thanks to my patented combat system. You may be thinking to yourself, it can't be that good? Shush, what are you even talking about? You haven't seen it yet. Watch this. Put a helmet on, because I'm about to blow all of your minds with my COMBAT system, combat system. My name is Mark, I'm the head of sequels. Shall we begin? You're thinking, what's C for? C. Capitalize the fact that the people loved the first game. We're going to take those people, we're going to make them buy the sequel, giving out pounds, pounds, pounds. Quick ones, ha, ha, not you, Dev. Here we go. What comes after C? O. Optimize for player satisfaction. I am terrified of online gamers, okay? I want to make them happy. So let's, okay? All right. Mobilize the players so they're ready for that sweet, sweet pre-order. Clap with me. Sweet, sweet. If you don't have rhythm, Brandon, just say it. Sweet, sweet pre-order. Everybody has a different rhythm, and it's blowing mine. And here we go. B, burglarize. What is this? It's basically just finding new ways to loot dead bodies. You know what I mean? Right, Otis? Okay, well, it's a big part of the game. A, you gotta agonize about how many people are gonna be angry that we have just put so much combat into this thing and almost no romance at all. We should look at ourselves. What is wrong with us? Huh? We can't have one love story in this? How many people have been in love? Raise your hands. Raise your hand if you're in love. Okay, are you lying?
I have a wife.
Put your hand down. T, toi. In French, that means two, sequel.
I think that means 3.
Okay, you're getting ahead of yourself. Come on, Claire. We're on 2. And how do we end it? Anything is possible. And we've established that we're the best there is, and there's no sequel better than us. And if I could just say one more thing, thank you very much. I know I've kind of changed the world of video games today.
For The Outer Worlds 2, we wanted to improve gunplay in every way. We focused on improving the feel of each weapon, the way a weapon snaps into ADS, the way recoil feels when firing, and how impactful our sound effects really sell the weapon's fantasy, to things like how unique reload animation can add a lot of character to each weapon. We've increased the variety of weapons by including new weapon types, but also through a host of fun and unique weaponry. We have things like the Bourse Blaster that fires out tumors that can explode like grenades, or can even be eaten by the player for additional health. We have a weapon called Rookie's Reward that will actually level up the more you use it throughout the game. And every time it levels up, it's got fun fanfare where it's like shooting out confetti and it's got a fun little setup. We have a really fun weapon called the pop-up gun. It fires out ad drones that will distract your enemies with corporate ads, slogans, and jingles. While your enemies are distracted, you can focus fire on them or explode these drones for additional damage. New to The Outer Worlds 2 are throwables. So you can use frag grenades to flush out enemies, smoke grenades to camouflage and escape, distraction devices to bait enemies into a stealth attack, and even science grenades that will levitate enemies, allowing you to fire upon them while they float helplessly. And of course, science weapons are back. We have returning favorites, like the shrink ray. This time it's been upgraded so you can shrink your enemy down to the size of a sprat and run over them, exploding them into bits.
The shrink ray, that was probably my favorite one from the first game, so we brought it into the second game, but we improved it though. So instead of shrinking your enemies for a short period of time and having them re-expand, this time they stay shrunk, and we actually added in the ability to step on them and kind of squish them and kick them, because we knew that was the player fantasy. We knew that's what everybody wanted to do. They wanted to step on the enemies, they wanted to kick them, so we made sure to double down on that stuff.
In addition to things like our returning favorites, we also have some really fun and unique new science weapons. One of them is called the Armageddon. This one's really cool because it actually shoots out these masses that are like these little arms that will stick to people or cover or all kinds of different things, and they will continue to just hit them until they get destroyed. And we have another one that's just super cool called the Spectrum Dance Saber. This is a melee weapon that actually lets you attack to a musical beat. And if you continue to do that, you'll actually get additional bonuses each hit you do. One of my personal favorite weapons is called the Big Bang. It's just a big freaking gun that uses material harvested from rifts to shoot out a giant ball of energy, vaporizing everything in its path. Now, ammo's extremely rare for this weapon, but you can use it in just the right situation to devastating effects.
Like another great one is Gary. If you wear Gary, he will lash out at your opponents as you're walking through combat. So we even have science armors, and we've really kind of shown off what we thought was really great for the player from a science perspective.
We're all about letting people play the game their way. There are some players who prefer to be immersed in a first-person view, taking in all of the details. But there are others who really prefer to take the world in from a third-person perspective. Why not allow both? Well, now you can swap between the two, letting you enjoy the experience in whatever way you like. One of the things I really like about having the third-person mode is being able to see all of the fun and unique armors and armor combinations and weapons that you can equip your player with. All of the actions that you could do in first person, so you're double jumping around, you get to see your character in that way, and you get to take in the world and see things in a different light.
The Outer Worlds 2 is really the biggest game we've ever made. Bigger choices, more reactivity, more weapons, more things to find in each of the worlds the players can visit. The team has done incredible work bringing the Outer Worlds 2 to life, and we can't wait for you to play it.
Even though we've always been a multi-project studio, this is going to be the first time we've ever released 3 games in 1 year. It feels amazing to do. We're so excited for more people to be playing our games. It is truly an exciting time here at Obsidian. We're exploring worlds big and small while expanding on franchises that we've created, and we have no plans to slow down. We hope you all continue to come along with us as we do what we do best, make your worlds your way. With the Outer Worlds 2, we're all about the best place to play, which is also the promise of Xbox. You can play the Outer Worlds 2 on this Xbox, but it may be hard to play it when you're staring at all these beautiful holes. Let's cut that. You can play the Outer Worlds 2 on this Xbox. Oh yeah, now that's Microsoft. Or you can take a phone call on this Xbox, then play the Outer Worlds 2 right after. Excuse me, I'm getting a call. Hello? What am I doing? I'm playing the Outer Worlds... Hello? Yeah, this is Mark. I didn't know I had jury duty today. You could play the Outer Worlds 2 on this Xbox, but it takes 2 people to lug around safely. We're gonna go up to my apartment, okay?
And this is an Xbox you actually wear that also plays the Outer Worlds too. What do you think, Claire?
This is amazing.
Are you playing?
I think so.
Fantastic. So now this is actually not an Xbox, so you cannot play the Outer Worlds 2 on it. Can't play anything on this. I guess Bread. You ever play Bread where you take it out of one slot, put it in the other? I don't have friends. If you pre-order the premium edition now, you'll get early access, which is like a prequel to the sequel, or has launched the sequel to the pre-order, or like, why are any of us alive at any time? It doesn't matter. Either way, my job here is done. It's time for the Grounded 2 portion of the Direct, which is sort of like the sequel to the Outer Worlds 2 portion of the Direct, which I absolutely just hit a home run with. You know, it's really nice to see my influence go on to other games. Take it away, team. And big exit.
We're so proud of Grounded. What started as a small passion project to make a quirky game where you're shrunk down to the size of an ant, trying to survive in a backyard, grew into something way bigger than we ever imagined. Over 25 million of you jumped in, explored, built, crafted, and fought off giant bugs together. Y'all helped make the entire experience very special to us. The team's been cooking up a ton for Grounded 2, and we're so excited to talk about it. I had to grease some palms to steal a bit of time from the Direct to give you a deeper look. There were so many possibilities and ideas that didn't make it into the first game, so with the sequel, we have the chance to dream bigger. To achieve those dreams, we partnered with the amazing folks at Eidos Montreal. Together, we're taking Grounded from the backyard to an even larger world, the Brook Hollow Community Park.
When we started working on Grounded 2, we knew that we wanted to make a bigger world. Fortunately for us, Eidos Montreal became our main partner on developing Grounded 2. They have a lot of similarities to the sorts of things that are important to us at Obsidian. They tend to make very narratively strong games. They make games with really deep characters and great character progression. They make games with great gameplay.
Everyone at Eidos Montreal is thrilled and honored to be working with Obsidian Entertainment. Our two studios share a lot of DNA. The same things that are important to Obsidian Entertainment are important to us. Choice and consequences, player communities, and doing justice to great IPs and great franchises. The fact that we're the first partners that they're working with to make a sequel to their franchise feels like we're an important part of their history.
The events of Grounded 2 take place 2 years after the first game. The same 4 teenagers are returning.
So there's Max, Hoops, Willow,
and Pete.
They're a couple years older, which means they've gone through a bit more high school, a bit more mature. It's 1992. The world's a little bit different, but we're still in that fun, nostalgic era of the early 1990s. In Grounded 2, we're moving the action out of the backyard and into the Brook Hollow Community Park. Not only is it bigger, it allows us to tell a lot more stories and expand the world of Grounded by exploring what the community of Brook Hollow has been up to and what they've been through.
The park overall is about 3 times the size of the backyard, and our initial starting area is actually the same size as the entire backyard from the first Grounded. The reason we wanted to move into a park wasn't just to create a bigger world, but was to give us the opportunity to explore the community of Brook Hollow and what secrets have they been hiding.
What we love and what we're excited about in terms of the park is the opportunity to create environments and landmarks that are mundane at normal size, but are colossal wonders when you're the size of an ant. Everything from a giant trash can to a community picnic table or a snack bar. All of these areas come to life in a brand new way.
Part of the fun in Grounded 2 is that the park was evacuated really quickly right before our teens were shrunk. And that means that the park has been sort of turned upside down and is in a topsy-turvy state. And that leads to really fun environmental storytelling, but it also leads into the creation of amazing biomes for our characters to explore. One of my favorite examples of this is the ice cream cart. In all the commotion, the ice cream vendor's cart has been knocked over and its contents have spilled out into the ground. And what this means for our young adventurers is that they'll be able to explore this frozen cave of interesting challenges and colorful Lovecraftian horror.
We have one anthill that's actually somebody decided to bury a bunch of toxic stuff in the park. And so there's all these toxic chemicals under the ground. The environment looks very cool and very spooky with all of these sort of chemical pools. And of course, nothing can live down there except for one type of insect, the cockroach. We're oftentimes reinventing environments, and in future updates, you're gonna see a ton of new stuff. You do a lot of fighting against insects of all shapes and sizes. We didn't just want it to look better, we also knew we wanted to add a new layer of strategy. The changes that we've made aren't limited to tuning animations or adjusting attack or defense numbers or making characters or insects move faster or slower. But we did all that too, but there's also an entire sort of rock, paper, scissors strategy involving light attacks, heavy attacks, and blocking. We've also added dashing as a new way to both get out of danger quickly or jump in for a quick attack. And almost all the insects in the game will have these abilities now too. Sort of like a chess match, but one that's super frenetic, looks super cool, and is ultimately just a ton of fun. We're leaning into clear playstyles for tanky warriors, low defense, high damage rogues, effect-wielding mages, and ranged hunters. In the first Grounded, we have mutations, and there were weapons and armors that favored different playstyles. In Grounded 2, not only will there be passive mutations, but there will also be active mutations. And a lot of those mutations support these archetypes.
My favorite way to play pretty much any game is chasing after those game-breaking builds. And that's why I'm so excited for what we're doing with archetypes in Grounded 2. I'm all in on the rogue. Now, you can even dual-wield daggers. I've been dialing in this glass cannon build that stacks ambush, assassin, and cardiofan mutations with the wolfbane daggers and the wolf spider armor. It lets me open up combat with massive backstab damage that also inflicts venom. Then, I can use the extra stamina to reposition and try to dodge, rinse, and repeat. It's high risk, high reward, and absolute chaos in all the best way. I'm looking forward to seeing what wild combos the community comes up with and what they inevitably break once they get their hands on the archetype system. It's going to be awesome watching it evolve with player feedback and watching us try to keep up with all of your game-breaking builds.
One of the great things about Grounded is the variety of players it attracts, from builders to crafters and everything in between. If you've ever watched me on Casually Grounded livestream, you'd know that I'm neither. I am a murderer of insects. Personally, I prefer the term harvester. I love going out, hitting things, and bringing the materials like insect body parts back to my friends to use. This way, we keep progressing and playing together.
We're also trying to make sure that armor and equipment are easily understood by the player, especially when they're playing co-op with their friends. It was really, really important for us to deliver on all of that for the bigger space and experience, because that was the only way we could truly support the feature the community has been asking for since the very first Grounded release. Mounts. Our mounts, we call them buggies, have an entire suite of moves and have their own special abilities and attacks.
We really wanted the buggies to be an extension of the player in every way possible. And that meant making sure that buggies had unique and valuable abilities across all the core pillars of Grounded. So that doesn't just mean exploration and travel. That has gameplay implications for combat, crafting, and building as well. Just like how we wanted to expand on player playstyles throughout the game, we're going to make sure that every buggy that we add has its own personality.
The Red Ant Soldier can enlist up to 2 Red Ant workers to follow you around and help you out. If you get into combat and you don't want to fight while you're saddled on your buggy, you can jump off and they'll fight right alongside you and provide support. The Orb Weaver buggies are a little less useful when it comes to general utility, like building a base or harvesting, but they're awesome when it comes to combat. Sure, their defenses aren't super strong, but they're heavy hitters. They're also super fast and they have some great special abilities, like a scream that allows them to stun lesser-powered insects, and the ability to shoot webs and entangle other creatures. So the Orb Weavers won't be your base-building buggy. You should use the Red Ant Soldier for that. But they're super fun for exploration and combat. Red Ant Soldiers and Orb Weaver Spiders will be available at Game Preview launch. There will be others in the future, but those are the 2 we're starting with. The connection that our Grounded community has with us is something we want to keep forging with the sequel as we make an even bigger game than the original.
Pretty much from day one, we knew we wanted to return to Game Preview for Grounded 2. Sure, it comes with some trade-offs, like the game's not done and it's out to the world. But there's so much value in building it alongside the community. Buggies change how you traverse and navigate the park. What we're doing with Grounded 2 is we're actually keeping zip lines held back so we can see how players engage with buggies, and then we can tweak zip lines to bring them back over time to really complement that buggy experience and make exploring the park far more fun. That kind of feedback loop helped shape the original Grounded, and we wanted to shape the design for Brook Hollow Park, archetypes, buggies, all of it. We also learned a lot from that first time around. One thing that stood out immediately, players blaze through our content, especially the story. That makes sense. Story, characters, world building, that's kind of Obsidian's thing. It's the flavor we bring to the survival genre. So this time, we're starting with a much bigger baseline.
There's been an explosion at Brook Hollow Park. Chaos descended on a ceremony commemorating the 2-year anniversary of when 4 teenagers were miniaturized against their will.
One of our favorite parts of the first game was watching the community uncover clues and spin up theories. This time around, we're leaning even more into that, and we'll be keeping a close eye on what our players discover and how they interpret it. Because you never know what might inspire us as development moves forward.
We really started to hit our groove at the end of Grounded 1. We found that being open about what we were planning and then following through was key to building trust with the community. As a small team, we had to experiment with update pacing and scope, and what we found resonated the most with all of you were bigger, beefier updates, even if it took us a little longer to land. So that's the plan. Larger, more complete updates spaced out just enough so we can take your feedback seriously and make every drop count. You can expect in our big updates, new buggies, new biomes, new building pieces, all the good stuff. And we're launching with a public roadmap so everyone knows what to be excited about in the future.
All of us at Obsidian Entertainment and IDOS Montreal are super excited about how close we are to letting all of you players get shrunk a second time and explore the all-new park on buggies in Grounded 2. If you're a returning Grounded player, we're really looking forward to you experiencing all the improvements. If this is your first time getting tiny, then all I can tell you is that a world with an entirely new perspective and an entirely new feel awaits you in Brook Hollow Park. It's time to ride together and survive together.
We have been expecting you. This is where it starts. We can change the world as we know it. Can you handle that? Let's do this. I'm in.
I'm here to even the odds. Any objections?
Here's to playing in the mud. And when we need their help, they send us a hero. Here we go. Please, follow me.
Well, hello there. It looks like you're about to do some renovations.
Keep your filthy pickers off me!
You think I care?
This is gonna be awesome.
Mayday! Mayday! Code 1 to mission control, we're falling!
Had enough yet? Form up! It's game time, baby!
All right, hello everybody. This is IGN Live. I'm Ryan McCaffrey, host of IGN's Xbox show. We call it Unlocked. The Xbox Game Showcase just gave us a look ahead at what we'll be playing in the coming months and years on Xbox. And here to help me break down what was shown off, I am joined once again by Sydney Goodman, Michael Hyam. So good to see you both.
Hello.
Back. So good to see the crowd back, entertained as they were by the Xbox Showcase, as we were. I don't know about you guys. For me, I think we have to start with the next Xbox, which is a handheld.
There you go.
It's a handheld. It's coming. It's happening. Game Pass integration. So, all right. Time to reveal the secret. Michael Hyam.
All right.
You've already played games on it. You've
Yep,
already experienced it. You got to tell the people. Tell us.
I actually got to use the Xbox Ally X, as it is called, the new handheld that was just revealed officially today at the showcase. And I'm kind of impressed by it. I think the thing for me is that there's so many PC handhelds out there already. What's the next one going to do? And I think it being an Xbox platform is really important because I don't know if anyone here has used the Asus ROG Ally, the original one, running Windows 11. It's kind of a pain to use because you're navigating Windows on a tablet that wasn't built for that operating system.
Sure.
So the big change here is that the Xbox app, it boots straight into the Xbox app.
Nice.
It's playing PC versions of the game, but it is all through the Xbox app, and they cut out a lot of the unnecessary background stuff so it runs optimally, and it feels like an actual gaming system rather than a PC with games slapped into it.
Yeah.
And what you may notice as you're looking at this right now is that it has grips like an Xbox controller. And that was one of the shortcomings of the previous ROG Ally, was that it was hard to hold because it wasn't ergonomically built like that. But this one, it feels like they took an Xbox controller, split that thing in half, and put a powerful PC in the middle of it. And I really enjoyed my time. I only played about 15 minutes of it.
Yeah.
I played, well, I guess I could also say I played Gears of War Reloaded on it.
Nice.
So I got a double preview right there. And this thing, it ran max graphic settings. Granted, Gears of War Reloaded is a remaster of an Xbox 360 game. Looks great, runs great though, but max settings, 60 frames per second. And yeah, it's some impressive technology. I don't need to get into the PC specs because I'm a PC nerd. So if you want to hear more about that, you can pull me aside later. But all you need to know is that if you are interested in an Xbox handheld, this is what this is, and it runs games really well.
I got to ask you, any sense of price? Because it looked like when Phil was holding it, it looks like a serious piece of hardware.
Hey.
So
It looks expensive.
what's
Yeah.
maybe obviously they didn't give us a price, but
Yeah.
what's your best guess as a tech editor IGN of what the range we're looking at here might be?
Yeah, so for the Ally X, it's the top level model, and that one's using a AI Z2 Extreme processor for all you nerds who know what that is. I do. I'm a nerd. But that's not cheap. That stuff does not come cheap. And the previous ROG Ally, I think it's kicked off at $650.
Okay.
And $650. That's a pretty price. The thing too is things are getting more expensive. The Xbox went up in price.
It's $600 for a Series X.
That's wild. this thing is going to be more expensive than a Series X. I would be surprised if they could price match it or go below because of the tech that is packed in this thing. You've seen it elsewhere with other PC handhelds. It's going to be expensive. My guess is probably $800.
I knew you were going to say $800.
Yeah.
That is...
They've turned on you, Michael. It's not even your device. They've turned on you.
Don't kill the messenger.
That's so much money.
Was that?
I said that's so much money.
But in fairness, you are also talking about the top-end version.
Top-tier version, yes.
True.
Yeah.
There is a lesser model, I guess, that's going to be, I suspect is going to be significantly cheaper because of the hardware it's using.
Yeah.
It's using a much weaker processor.
A lot less RAM, too, right?
Yeah, less
like
RAM.
16 instead of 24,
yeah,
I think.
and a smaller battery. And when they talk to me about it, they're like, they really want to focus on it having good battery life with a smaller battery. So it's going to be a lot less powered. I think that one could probably go for maybe 400.
Oh. Well, that's a lot better
That's
than
a
800.
big-
500 maybe.
Big jump.
I don't know. That would be aggressive pricing. And I think if they're going to have a lesser model, the appeal needs to be affordability.
Yeah. Well,
much?
the Series S just went up to $450.
How much is a Steam Deck right now? Does anybody know?
I don't know what they're at now. I just remember what I paid at launch, and I know.
Yeah,
the prices
same.
changed
I
a
got
little
mine
bit,
at launch.
I'll remind you, if anybody was here at IGN Live last year, when Phil Spencer was sitting right next to me,
Right here.
he straight up said, like, we're building a handheld, and it's not going to be a cloud device like the Portal is. So 1 year later, it's here. We've got it. We've seen
Man
it.
of his word.
So, Sid, an Xbox handheld, taking Game Pass on the go, carrying your save file from your desk, your either PC or your Xbox console into the handheld and on the go, and then back again. How much appeal is there for you on that?
I sound like I'm being paid by Xbox, but Xbox Play Anywhere, baby. Like, it really is super convenient. This feels like something that we only dreamed of maybe even like 10 years ago.
Yeah, true.
Which is nuts. It definitely was a complete fantasy when I was a kid, and this idea of like, oh, I have to go. I mean, I guess when you're a kid, you're being chauffeured around a little bit more, so you have more
Right.
time in the car. But I think it sounds amazing. I mean, I think as you get older, personal experience, you're always trying to find those moments to like jump into your game for a second because you don't have those huge blocks of time anymore.
Yeah, true.
So the idea of being able to take, oh my gosh, the distractions are everywhere.
It's a lot. Don't worry about it. The idea of being able to take it
anywhere is amazing.
Yeah. I mean, for me, I think, like, I definitely want this, number one. So if my wife is watching, maybe for birthday, Christmas, just take the hint. But two, like, I honestly think that I'll probably play more Game Pass games because of this. Because at home, you know, I'm kind of locked in on whatever game I'm really playing at the moment. But with this, if I'm out and about, and hopefully it's got, and maybe I can hotspot it to my phone I don't know, but if I could just dip into whatever's interesting, some little cool indie game on Game Pass, like I'm more likely to do that with this handheld than I am at home, personally. For sure.
Well, and I think it kind of answers the question that you asked during the pre-show, which is like, what does it mean to be like an Xbox fan? What does this mean? And I think that this feels like a very clear answer to that, of keeping people in the Xbox ecosystem, even though their games are available on other platforms.
Yeah.
There's a huge benefit.
That's true. So you guys fired up for an Xbox handheld? Is that something that's good? Yeah, I mean, the people have spoken. They're ready for an Xbox handheld. We've been wanting an X-Boy for a long time.
Yeah.
Now we finally got it.
And that's coming out this year, holiday 2025.
Which, I guess real quick on the back of that,
Yeah.
you know where I'm going. Go ahead.
Silksong?
Take it away. Yes.
Silksong? Yo, that was the strangest way to say that Hollow Knight Silksong has a release date /
Release window, yeah.
Yeah, like, I mean, I'll take it, but I mean, I feel like Hollow Knight Silksong deserves a little bit more spotlight than that.
Like, every one of these showcases from anybody, Sony, Nintendo, Microsoft, Keeley, everybody wants to see Silksong.
And it's always a footnote.
And they keep not showing it. And it just weirdly showed up hidden within the ROG Ally reveal, which I thought was super interesting. All right. I want to move next to a game that I think, not to give away our personal best of show picks, but this one's up there for me. We're getting a new Double Fine game.
Yeah.
Tim Schafer, one of the most brilliant minds for 30 plus years now in this industry. It's called Keeper, and you're a sentient walking lighthouse with I guess a little parrot buddy, and I mean, look how cool this looks. I mean, you know the art's going to be great when it's Double Fine. We were talking on the pre-show where we said, Miranda was saying we have no idea, like what even we can't predict what Double Fine would possibly do. I definitely would not have predicted that you play as a walking lighthouse.
Yeah.
That would not have been on my Xbox Game Showcase bingo card. And we get it this year.
Yes.
It's coming, it's right around the corner, so they've been cooking on it for, I guess, what'll be basically 4 years from the time Psychonauts 2 shipped to when this guy ships. Sid, what'd you think of Keeper from Double Fine here?
So I'm going to go on a very quick tangent, but The Lighthouse, the film, is so creepy, and the tone of it is a world that I want to be in, and watching what they've shown us of this has me so excited, because I don't know what it is about lighthouses and this kind of like gritty, creepy, but intriguing.
Creepy,
It's a friend, though, because it's keeping and it's safe. I'm so excited, and I just love a colorful world. I love a colorful world, so very excited.
Michael, your thoughts on Keeper?
Yeah, I mean, I want to see what's next from Double Fine. If this is going to be it, that's what's up. But because they're always so creative, like it kind of doesn't matter what the premise is. You know that they're thinking up ideas. Even like when I think about something like, was it Headlander was a cool game?
Yes, good one.
Yeah, and like that's so different from everything else. And then I actually think Rad was a pretty cool idea, which was their top-down roguelike.
Yep.
Before Hades, the way they did progression in a roguelike game in Rad was kind of, you saw that in Hades, and then it was like, yo, Hades has like this story built around the roguelike idea, and Rad did that a couple years prior. And then obviously everyone loves Psychonauts. Psychonauts 2 was like Game of the Year material.
Game of the Year nominee.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, not that I'm like putting those expectations on Keeper, but I mean, the variety you get from a studio like Double Fine, something completely different. It's not a shooter. It's not like this crazy action game. It's not another Souls-like or whatever. Not that I would expect that from them, but I think that kind of variety, those creative ideas are necessary within the Xbox umbrella. And so, yeah, I'm looking forward to this one.
Out October 25th. Who's downloading that day one on Game Pass? New one from Double Fine. Absolutely. I will be there day one. I know a game that Michael Hyam's going to be ready for on day one. So I don't know if we have cameras ready. You promised a stage dive if we got Persona 4 Remake. Are you going to get your ass off that couch and go dive into that crowd?
Hey, listen. I'm sorry. I can't do it. I can't do it.
I think you also mentioned vomiting,
I don't know if they signed liability waivers on the way in where it's like if they get hurt trying to catch you, they can sue IGN. So I don't know. Maybe we don't want that. But.
Yeah, I don't want a liability. Well, I did say, so here's the thing. I did say I was going to scream, cry, and throw up. I'm sorry I didn't do none of those things either. And so, all right, let me preface this a little bit. Don't get me wrong, a Persona 4 remake, I'm watching this right now, I can't believe it's real, but the reveal trailer was, come on, I want a little bit more than that.
That reeked of like, what's the minimum amount of footage we can get away with in a reveal trailer? Like 3 seconds of running? Okay.
Yeah, so
like you're really happy about the announcement.
Yeah, so I'm happy that it exists and we got confirmation. There's no more leaks or rumors or anything like that. And like seeing, I'll be real with you, that place, like Inaba in Persona 4 where it takes place, that place does mean a lot to me. Those characters mean a lot to me. That story means a lot to me. So the fact that it is real, I'm excited. I just didn't pop off in the way I thought I was going to because, it didn't show much. But I think now the question is, what are they remaking about it?
Yeah.
What are they changing? What are they keeping true? How are they evolving the Persona formula? Or are they just relying on how they did with 3 Reload, what they did with 5 Royal, maybe they're incorporating other things they've learned from Metaphor? Atlas's RPGs have been great, but I think that it's kind of getting to a point where I want to see them take the next step. Granted, this is a remake of a previous game, so keep my expectations in check, but I still want to see them push the bar in some way.
Sid, Clockwork Revolution. What'd you think of that one? That was one of the more unique games. In Exile, veteran RPG makers there.
And they showed a lot.
They
just kept showing. It looked like there was a lot of really interesting weapons, which I'm definitely a weapons girl, so that was very exciting to me. Yeah, I don't want to cheer for weapons necessarily, but maybe in-game weapons.
Video game weapons.
But that, what is that, steampunk style? I feel like, I don't know, to play off of what we were talking about with Double Fine, it's just fun to see a different world. That's, I think, why people love Double Fine so much, is it's creative, it's different, and I think just like with Clockwork?
Clockwork Revolution.
This is a different world. We don't get too many steampunk games, and it looks really well built out, and I'm excited to jump into it.
And Michael, there was even little hints of BioShock in there with some hand powers, which is cool.
Yeah,
2K won't make us a BioShock game, so somebody's got to.
Somebody's got to do it, right? Yeah. And I think the art style reminded me a little bit of Dishonored. It's really cool too. So I don't know the next time we would ever see Dishonored. Granted, this is a different thing with a lot more RPG elements. In Exile has a really sophisticated RPG systems in their games, and to see that with a setting and a world like this I'm hyped also because of the new IP. So this one was definitely hidden. Might be game of the show.
If you like first-person RPGs, Xbox is definitely the platform for you. All right, we need to take a short break, but the Xbox Game Showcase post-show, we'll be back right after this right here on IGN Live.
IGN Live is presented by Mind's Eye. Pre-order now.
The average Cinefix movie list features nearly 100 different films and approximately 25 minutes worth of wall-to-wall deep dive analysis. To simulate that pace for this 30-second ad, we're featuring 26 different films, and before you say it, no, that math does not check out. We're not math people, we're movie people. We can't even count down from 10 without ending up at, 96. Subscribe to IGN Movies and TV for more Cinefix movie lists. Bad at math, great at movies.
Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help.
One step at a time.
IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for Shadow of the Erdtree, Baldur's Gate 3, Tears of the Kingdom, and so much more.
See? It's good, right?
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
IGN Plus is where your adventure begins.
What are you selling?
Plus is the place to get unlimited access to all the tools you need to beat your games.
Here's what you need to know for bringing down Gloomspawn.
Plus, awesome exclusive discounts on IGN Store.
Maybe this would tease open your money pouch.
Plus, ad-free browsing on IGN.com. Plus, unlimited game help tools like premium interactive maps with your own custom map markers, filters, marker notes, and more.
This will come in handy.
Plus, access to sweepstakes, giveaways, and free game keys.
Wow!
Exactly.
Want more? Head to IGN.com/plus and start your adventure today.
Welcome back. This is the Xbox Game Showcase post-show right here on IGN Live. All part of Summer of Gaming. We just saw Ninja Gaiden 4 release date, yes. Call of Duty Black Ops 7. We'll talk more about that in a minute. And so much more, but let's see what the folks online are talking about using our Lenovo Legion 7i, a laptop designed for everyday use, including live productions like this one. Enjoy a thinner, lighter gaming experience with the latest NVIDIA GeForce RTX 50 series GPU. the advanced performance of the Intel Core Ultra 9 processor, and a breathtaking OLED gaming display. Our first tweet comes from our friend Paris Lilly. I've got it pulled up right here. Paris, very bullish on the Xbox handheld that we just saw. He says, ROG Xbox Ally X is a day one and will lead the way for the future of handheld gaming. Xbox Play Anywhere is absolutely the future for how I want to play my games. Thank you, Paris, for watching and posting. We love you, buddy. We'll get you back on Podcast Unlocked pretty soon. So, in the opener, my little teleprompter there, we had a mention of Call of Duty Black Ops 7, the one more thing of this one. So, Black Ops 7, I'm not gonna lie, right here in my notes, I wrote, I feel lied to. Did anybody else watch that trailer thinking we were getting some original IP, something brand new? And then it was, oh, it's actually a Black Ops game. So, Sydney, you're first up for you here. What was your reaction to that very interesting last thing that Xbox showed?
Yeah, it was just an interesting way to go about it, I guess, because Black Ops 7, objectively, like, I love Call of Duty, I love Black Ops, I'm excited for Black Ops 7. That said, it did feel like a bait and switch because I thought we were getting new IP, and you're excited about that because it looks really like polished and good, and you're excited, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh wait, Whiplash, we're at Black Ops 7. So they are saying that we'll get more information later in the summer, and it is in fact another sequel of Black Ops 2, even though he looks very different. I can't remember the actor's name. It's Milo, last name starts with a V, is the face that we're seeing, but it is David Mason, who we see as a kid in Black Ops 2. We're seeing him, or I guess we also see him as an adult in Black Ops 2, but now we're seeing him 10 years later. So I'm really intrigued by the story, but it was a weird way to give us the information.
Yeah, Michael, your reactions to it, and then you'd made a pretty, after that, you'd made a pretty astute observation backstage too. So take it away, your thoughts on Black Ops 7's reveal.
So when you look at the rest of the showcase, anything that's coming out this year, they had a release date. Not a release window, not coming like fall, whatever. They had a release date. And this, you expect the Call of Duty every year, but they did not put a release date on this one, so I do not think that this is the Call of Duty that's coming out this year, or if there even is one, right? I mean, judging off this, I'm 99% sure that this is not coming out this year, and there will be no Call of Duty this year. So it's going to be probably a 2026 joint. And on top of that, we just came off of Black Ops 6. That was last year's Black Ops game. I don't think, one, they would be ready to put out a Black Ops 7 in consecutive years, and I don't think people would want that necessarily. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think Black Ops is the best sub-series of Call of Duty.
I would agree.
Yeah. And especially when it comes to the stories that they tell, because they do some pretty crazy things with their storytelling there. Sometimes it hits, sometimes it doesn't, but I like what they do with it at least. And you need a break from that though. Like I like the spy thriller type thing of 6 and the previous ones, Call of Duty. Even like Black Ops Cold War, I thought the story was it was hammy, but it was fun. And so they're doing a futuristic stuff again with 7. They're getting into the role of technology and things like that. So I think there's potential there. I just don't know if it's, I would need a break, or they would probably want to do something else with the franchise. So it was a bit surprising. And I don't really want to say it was a letdown, but it was just oh, okay, I guess that's what they're doing. Sure.
Are you guys fired up for more Black Ops already, or do we need a break? Yeah, I don't know. That's kind of a mixed reaction there. Yeah. So we'll see. I mean, I'm not sure. I'm having a hard time believing your very astute observation that they didn't put 2025 or fall 2025 or a date. It seems unfathomable if they would actually take a holiday season off from Call of Duty, but
I do think because now they have Warzone, I think there was a period of time where it was completely unfathomable, but they put so much support into Warzone, obviously different teams. But I think it satiates, in their head maybe, it satiates both a profit margin sort of a thing and the audience. Because I agree with you, I think they skipped this year.
Yeah.
All right, well, a game not skipping this year, that it's probably, this is probably my most anticipated game for the rest of 2025. We're in the year of the ninja. Welcome, my friends, to the year of the ninja. We got Ninja Gaiden 2 Black as a stealth drop back in January. We're getting Ninja Gaiden Ragebound for you 2D Ninja Gaiden fans who are coming up this summer. And now, coming up in October, we have Ninja Gaiden 4. Who's fired up to go back for another round of Ninja Gaiden? It's been a long time. October 21st, so I will be not at work that day. I'll be playing Ninja Gaiden 4. Hopefully some of you will be doing the same. Sid, are you a veteran of the series? Would this be your first one? Are you into this? Where'd you land on Ninja Gaiden 4 now that you've seen a decent bit of it?
So this would be my first one.
Yeah.
But everyone in the office speaks so highly of it. And I say that as someone who's not in the office regularly. I kind of pop in and out. But
it still gets mentioned anytime you show up?
Truly. And so I feel like I'm like, okay, I think I'm missing out on something. And then seeing the footage, it's like, okay, I am missing out on something. So I don't know. I would venture to say I don't think I'm as excited as you because you seem very excited.
I go back with this series for sure.
But I'm definitely excited for when it comes out to jump into it.
Michael, you ready to go back in for some more Ninja Gaiden?
Oh yes, especially because this is being made in conjunction with Platinum Games.
Yeah.
And Platinum has gone through a lot of changes in recent years.
True.
I still think they got some sauce left. I still think they got the juice despite everything that's happened to them. But I mean, it's Koei Tecmo with the support of Platinum Games. And these kinds of action games, like, yeah, I'm ready for this. And it's been so long. I mean, granted, we did get Ninja Gaiden 2 Black to like whet our appetite for the return of the series. But yeah, like a fresh new Ninja Gaiden game. Yeah, I'm all in on that. And like from what we saw previously with the first reveal, and then we saw with this trailer, it's one of those things where I don't want to say it's a known quantity, but you look at it like, oh, I know what that is. I know what I'm gonna get out of that. I don't need to see anything more.
Yep.
Just give it to me now.
Yeah.
And it doesn't have to be. This is one game where I don't think it needs to be like necessarily revolutionary, but if they just nail down that hard, that stylish action gameplay, the rest, like, will take care of itself.
Anybody downloading Ninja Gaiden 4 on Game Pass day one? Yeah. I mean, why wouldn't you? So one of the early reveals in this was a game that has been announced, and it did huge number. Like, it was announced months ago with very little fanfare. It did millions of views on IGN. The Blood of Dawnwalker. So, yeah, were you guys fired up for Blood of Dawnwalker? Like, this looks pretty good. This is our first look at gameplay of this one. Vampires never go out of style. We know this. Michael, yeah, what'd you think of what we got to see of this one from Bandai?
I'll take a new IP any day. Like that's the one thing I said, like going into the showcase is like there are some known quantities and all that, but I want to see some new stuff. And yeah, like I think also it's the year of vampire games. Like that's a thing that things trend in and out, but this feels like a full-on like story, a full-on like investment in this kind of universe. So I'm excited for it. There's still so much more, so many more questions I have about it. And we also, like, you can only tell so much from a cinematic trailer, right?
True.
Like, your cinematic trailer could be fire, and that game could come out and be so mid, right? I'm not saying that that's what I'm thinking this is going to be, but yeah, the gameplay snippets that we did see in it, yeah, I think they're cooking with this one in terms of, like, how deep those systems go, how you interact with that world. Those remain to be seen, but I like what I'm seeing so far.
Do we have any Grounded players in the audience? Because there's millions of people that play Grounded. So, Obsidian, clearly the best bang for the buck when it comes to the money Microsoft paid to acquire studios. I don't know how much Microsoft paid for them, but I know they've shipped more games than Activision has, and they paid like $69 billion for Activision. So Avowed this year, The Outer Worlds 2 later this year, and this summer in-game preview is Grounded 2, which was, I guess, shouldn't be unexpected when there's like 10 million plus players for it. Sid, are you ready for more Honey, I Shrunk the Kids-like action from Obsidian?
I mean, it's a fun world to be in.
Yeah.
You know, I love a creative world, and it's just, I'm really excited that we don't have to wait that long. Wasn't it an August release?
I believe July. I'll get it in my notes here.
July.
It's very
Whatever
soon,
it is,
yeah.
it's extremely soon. And I'm still kind of in shock. I kept kind of hitting
Yeah.
Michael during the showcase that I was like, Obsidian? How do they?
Yeah, how are they doing?
Who is their project manager?
How do they keep
Because,
getting
like,
away with this?
They're cooking over there. And I went to go visit them for the Outer Worlds 2 a couple months back. And yeah, Obsidian's not like this huge studio either. I just think that they really lock in on, they know what they do well, and they lock in on that. Their games aren't huge. Like Avowed is not like the next coming of Elder Scrolls, and Grounded is not trying to break new ground necessarily, but they know what they do well, and they keep doing it. And like the thing about Grounded too, the original Grounded, was that it wasn't like they didn't have a ton of players to begin with, but they built towards
yeah,
that.
very organically.
Yeah, and like doing something like game preview gives you the room to build and work with the community to eventually get to a full release that everyone is kind of pitched in on and actually wants to play long term. So it's just like, I think of Obsidian, old school, is like playing the old school RPGs.
Yeah.
And like these really kind of, I don't want to say niche, but for sickos. Like RPG sickos love Obsidian, but they have expanded so much and they've diversified their portfolio in a way that is like really impressive.
Yeah, July 29th, by
July
the way, for game
29th.
preview on that. All right, before we go to our next break, I have to go right back to Mr. Hyam because another prediction that you made in the pre-show very much came true.
Yeah.
Mr. I want all the Final Fantasy on Xbox right now.
Yeah.
We got it.
Listen.
16, yes. FF7 Remake, yes.
Yeah.
Are you happy now, is the question.
What did I know? I actually didn't know anything beforehand. It was kind of, granted, I'm going to say, like, it wasn't like this amazing prediction that I had, right? It was just kind of having an inkling of the direction of Square Enix, because I pay attention to them very closely. They're one of the studios and publishers that I keep up with like very closely because I love their history, I love their games, and their recent history has been so interesting because they do put out great games, and then they also have like real serious lulls in their catalog along the way. And I'm just like curious about what their game plan is as they've gone through the years. And as I said in the pre-show, limiting yourself to certain platforms is one of those curious things where I'm like, you don't really need to do that, I guess. I mean, they get funding from PlayStation and Sony to keep their things exclusive. They get support in that way, which made sense previously, but things have changed so much, not just across platforms, how Microsoft and Sony handle their own platforms, but how Square Enix handles their own business. So it's about time, and I hope what this says is that Square Enix games at this level will come to Xbox sooner rather than later in the future.
Yeah, Sid, Square had talked about, they had said, we're basically disappointed by the sales of FF16, which is a wild thing for a publisher to say. But then they said, we're gonna start putting our games on all platforms, and it's the way of the world now, right?
Yeah, it really is, and I think it's really great for players.
Yeah.
Like that's the bottom line, is that it's great for players because Final Fantasy is honestly a series that I've only gotten to like watch people play. I've never had the pleasure. Like one of my earliest gaming memories is my neighbor's brother was playing Final Fantasy VII, and I fell in love with Cloud. And I had an Xbox growing up, so I never really got to play it. Right. And I think it's just really exciting that a whole new generation of players gets to fall in love with these characters.
Anybody going to be playing Final Fantasy VII Remake or 16 for the first time on Xbox? Yeah. Good on Square for bringing it over. All right, we need to take a quick break, but stick around. More Unlocked coming up right here in just a moment, right here at IGN Live.
IGN Live is presented by FX's Alien Earth. Premieres August 12th on FX and Hulu.
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on Cinefix, IGN, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Why so serious?
Catch up on all your favorite shows with up-to-the-minute gaming and entertainment news with Geek Media Podcasts.
Welcome to a very special episode of IGN Game Scoop.
Game Scoop has you covered for all things gaming and the latest game releases. Tune into Podcast Beyond for the biggest PlayStation news.
Man, this is a cool looking trailer.
Everything Xbox on Podcasts Unlocked.
This is Steve Downs, the voice of Master Chief.
Catch up with your Super Nintendos on Nintendo Voice Chat.
Switch to pre-order Mania. It was chaotic last night.
And get all the latest console news and rumors with Next Gen Console Watch.
Now Xbox and Phil Spencer are even saying that a mid-gen refresh isn't even necessary.
The Cinefix Top 100 podcast picks a movie every week to celebrate and debate.
It's kind of every movie's grandpa.
Geek Media Podcasts, the best podcasts from around the world.
IGN Playlist is the best way to track your game collection. Now you can even import your entire Steam library to Playlist, making it easier than ever to review games, show off your collection of the world, and finally chip away at that massive backlog you keep meaning to get to. IGN Playlist, check it out.
Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for Shadow of the Erdtree, Baldur's Gate 3, Tears of the Kingdom, and so much more.
It's good, right?
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
Welcome back. You're watching the Xbox Game Showcase post-show right here on IGN Live. It's time to talk about the post-showcase direct they did for The Outer Worlds 2, and then we'll talk about some other games as well. So, again, Obsidian's third release in this year. 3 games, 1 year. Michael Hyam, I have to turn to you first here because, as you noted earlier, Michael, you had the pleasure of visiting Obsidian for the IGN first month of exclusive coverage that we had back in April.
Yep.
Now we've got a date. We know we're pretty locked in here. How are you feeling about The Outer Worlds 2?
I've been telling people this when I came out of seeing it for the IGN first. I came out of this telling people after embargo that that I think it's more ambitious than people expect, because they've spent a lot of time on this one, and talking to Leonard Boyarsky, who's kind of a legendary developer.
OG, yeah.
Yeah, he's an OG who had made Fallout. He was talking very candidly about how the first Outer Worlds was them trying to build a new foundation. It was a template. They were just like, we need to make a competent game, and hopefully this is our new foundation for a second game. And with The Outer Worlds 2, what I'm seeing is that, hey, we already have the basics down pat. Now we're building some really sophisticated and interesting RPG systems on top of that now. So, I always say that in my preview, I was like, bigger doesn't always mean better, but this game is much bigger. It's what you do within that, and I think between like level design, them incorporating some immersive sim elements, going harder on RPG stuff, and a lot of the emerging gameplay elements with the flaw system, they're doing a lot of interesting things. Yeah. I was talking to the creative directors about what they're doing, and the way they talk about how they built this game was just them like chilling in a room, like throwing ideas at a dartboard. I was like, yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, let's try that. So I think I'm so kind of interested in the way they approach the game, the way they develop games, because it feels like they understand the Obsidian magic. They're not. They haven't been funneled into like a creative hole where there's like, hey, you got to make this kind of game. You have to make this kind of game. They have the room to still be themselves and build off of the things that they've previously done, and they had the time to do it. Again, like Avowed and Grounded 2 this year is still really impressive, but yeah, speaking before, it's like the way they're structured is like really smart, it seems. And yeah, I'm excited to. I didn't get to actually play it when I went there. I watched like an hour's worth of gameplay in a room, and I was like, can you just give me the controller? But alas, I did not get hands-on with it, but for everything I've seen and talked to them about, Outer Worlds 2, I think it's at the top of my hype list.
Sid, has The Outer Worlds 2 won you over with everything you've seen?
Absolutely. It is also at the top of my hype list for this year.
Yeah.
I'm really excited about the flaws system. It feels like a fun game, and I've watched some of the IGN first that you put out. Amazing job, by the way. You all should watch it, and I just, listening to them talk about their game, it makes me even more excited than like what I've actually seen. And so I think I have a lot of confidence that the full game will be just as great as what they've been showing us.
Who's downloading Outer Worlds 2 day one on Game Pass? Yeah. Again, why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you? You've got to do it. Yeah, if you're an RPG fan, particularly Western RPGs, although not even necessarily Juno 9, we got the Final Fantasy, it's like, you basically need to be playing on Xbox or on the Xbox ecosystem, because we've got Avowed, we've got, I mean, Grounded's kind of an RPG, right? It's still, still kind of counts. We've, of course, got the Outer Worlds 2. We've got Clockwork Revolution from In Exile. We've got Fable coming next year. Didn't see Fable today, which wasn't a huge surprise to me. I kind of figured once they delayed it to 2026, that probably meant they were going to sit out this particular showcase. But yeah, like, and now Final Fantasy 16, 7 remake, Persona 4 remake. Like, you've got to be playing on Xbox if you're into RPGs. Like, it is arguably the best platform for role-playing games. I want to talk about, I'm going to throw my production team a slight curveball here, because this is one we should have flagged before. We were just talking in the break. There's a new, very AAA, high production value game coming from Game Freak, who, remind us what Game Freak has done previously. Pokemon stuff. And so they have made, they're making a new game called, where'd it go in my notes? I just had it up a second ago. Where'd it go? Beast of Reincarnation, thank you. Yeah, yes. My notes are not well organized, as you can tell, but set in the year 4026. Sid, what did you think of this from Game Freak?
Honestly, I feel like there was a kind of like a delay, because I saw the Game Freak, and then all of a sudden I was like, wait, they're
trying to process it.
What's happening? And it is so beautiful. That was my big takeaway of it, was just how beautiful this is. And I think you might have said it, but when you give them the tech specs off of a Nintendo device, it's like they're cooking.
Michael, what'd you think of this one? It's another Game Pass day one for this one.
That's why it's just wild to think that one, Game Freak isn't doing a Pokemon game, and that they're doing this style of game, and it's on it's showcased with Xbox, and it's day one Game Pass. Like, it kind of doesn't make sense to me. Like, we've almost typecasted Game Freak, and like, you know, I don't want to say like this is already a technical marvel. Like, it looks impressive. Don't get me wrong. So we'll see how the game runs when it comes out. But yeah, it makes me, seeing this, if anything, makes me think about what does the development process of a Pokemon game look like then? Yeah. Like, if this is what they could do outside of, you know, being pigeonholed as the Pokemon developer, what other creative ideas do they have? And have they been in a drought with ideas with the Pokemon company? Are they sticking to certain guidelines when they make Pokemon? It's like, no, it has to be this. You can't really go outside of that. But they've had some innovations here and there with like Pokemon Arceus and some of the things that they're doing with Pokemon ZA later this year. And I don't know, maybe they're getting to that next level instead of just being the Pokemon developer who like puts out mid-tech games. Like, you know, I think this could be a big step for them.
All right, so time's almost up. Let's end on everybody's favorite game of the showcase. I love this part where we just get to pick out our little games of show. I am going to default to Sid here first, because I know when we talked backstage, you've got a game that we all love that we haven't mentioned yet. So please.
And it's Mudang. Mudang Two Hearts. I think it's exciting to see a game set in Korea, because we oftentimes don't see very many games set in Korea. I did a little bit of research after the showcase, and it's based on a webtoon, a South Korean webtoon. Wow. Yeah. I think the speculation, nobody's really sure how closely it's gonna stray or stay close to the original plot, but it's a North and South Korea have come together, and the day that the bill's gonna be signed, there's a terrorist attack. And so, allegedly, again, I couldn't really tell if this was the webtoon's plot or attributed to the game, but there'll be kind of 3 different protagonists that you're following. A K-pop star, who I think is in the military, a North Korean soldier who's, I think, fighting for South Korea. Either way, and then a terrorist is the third protagonist. So I thought the game looked really intriguing. I'm always excited to go to, get a different cultural lens. And it's being developed by, I think, EVR Studios, which is a South Korean studio, and it's their first game. So.
Did anybody else get Splinter Cell vibes a little bit from this one? Yeah. Yes, my people. Yeah.
A little bit of The Division.
Yeah, even a little Rainbow Six in there, too.
Surprising it's not a Ubisoft game.
I know, right? So I'm glad this exists because Ubisoft doesn't seem to want to make me a new Splinter Cell game, which every year I get up here and I hope for it, and every year I'm disappointed. So maybe one of these years. But in the meantime, Moodang 2 Hearts. Michael Hyam, your pick for Game of the Xbox Showcase.
I know that I said the hype died out for me, but I'm going to be a shill, and I'm going to say Persona 4 Revival. Oh, man. I mean, the more I think about it, the more I'm like, the trailer not being hyped kind of doesn't matter anymore. And now I'm just like, yeah, I would love to see Persona 4 again. I want to see what they're remaking with that, what they're actually changing to it, rather than just doing a graphical overhaul. But I don't know. I love Persona 4 so much, and I want to see them do right by that story.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with that. It's all good. Probably unsurprising to anybody in this room, I am going to go with the new Double Fine game, Keeper. That's my game of the show. I think they saved it for near the end for a reason. Like, I appreciate Microsoft trying to elevate Double Fine a little bit. They've always been this like creative darling in the industry whose games never really sold up to the level of what they should have. Like, it was just the classic like critical darling, often commercial disappointment. But they've just been so great for so long, and now that Microsoft owns them, they don't have to worry about making sure their game sells just enough copies where they don't shut down. Like, they can just go nuts, and we saw them do that here with Keeper, where, like, if they had to go out, if they were still on their own, I don't know how many other publishers would have greenlit a game where you play as a walking lighthouse. So that's a pretty cool premise to me, and I can't wait to see what Tim Schafer and the team at Double Fine are doing. So I mean, there's so many other games we could have shouted out. We didn't even talk about Invincible Versus. Like, how ultra violent was the Invincible? A 3v3 tag fighting game, like. That's honorable mention. That looks super great too. It was a great show. Like, did you guys enjoy this Xbox showcase? Did Microsoft do well? Yeah, they did well. It was a good one. They did good this year. Bravo to Microsoft for bringing us a whole bunch more video games, and a lot of them this year too. It wasn't like, oh, everything announced is we're not going to be playing for a year. No, like, a lot of this is stuff we'll be playing in the next 1 to 6 months. So good stuff. That is about all the time we have for today, but we'll have plenty more to say about the games that Xbox showed off today. And you can be a part of the conversation when a new episode of Unlocked drops each and every week on IGN, typically Thursday mornings. We're also on YouTube, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Podcast Unlocked, that's right. Right now, there's tons more coming up on IGN Live. So don't go anywhere. Stick around.
IGN Live is presented by Nintendo Switch 2. All together, anytime, anywhere.
The average Cinefix movie list features nearly 100 different films and approximately 25 minutes worth of wall-to-wall deep dive analysis. To simulate that pace for this 30-second ad, we're featuring 26 different films, and before you say it, no, that math does not check out. We're not math people, we're movie people. We can't even count down from 10 without ending up at, like, 96. Subscribe to IGN Movies and TV for more Cinefix movie lists. Bad at math, great at movies.
Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help.
One step at a time.
IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for Shadow of the Erdtree, Baldur's Gate 3, Tears of the Kingdom, and so much more.
See? It's good, right?
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
IGN Plus is where your adventure begins.
What are you selling?
Plus is the place to get unlimited access to all the tools you need to beat your games.
Here's what you need to know for bringing down Gloomspawn.
Plus, awesome exclusive discounts on IGN Store.
Maybe this would tease open your money pouch.
Plus, ad-free browsing on IGN.com. Plus, unlimited game help tools like premium interactive maps with your own custom map markers, filters, marker notes, and more.
This will come in handy.
Plus, access to sweepstakes, giveaways, and free game keys.
Wow. Exactly.
Want more? Head to IGN.com/plus and start your adventure today.
You're watching IGN Live. In just a bit, we'll be getting some top secret info on 007 First Light. After that, we're breaking down Daemon Ex Machina, Titanic Scion, a game I've always liked the ring to. It just has a nice ring to it. With the creators of the game, and after that, expect all sorts of foul talk when we check out Deadpool VR.
But right now, it's time to get a look at another ultra-violent superhero comic that's getting a new game courtesy of Skybound. IGN Live continues right after this.
Mysterio uses her sash as a weapon. It has the strange ability to absorb humans. That's why I couldn't find a hidden passage big enough for a human to fit through. All she needs to abduct humans is a space big enough for that sash.
Can't you do anything more than flail around, kicking up dust? Your fighting style is as ugly as you are.
I can do this. I know I can. Don't stop. Keep attacking. I can't afford to second guess myself. Not against an upper rank. I must steel my resolve. I have her. I know it. I can do it. I can cut off her head.
Oh dear. Don't tell me you actually believe you can stand a chance against me, because that will be your downfall. You really are hopeless. If you can't see the sheer difference in our power.
Don't let her push back! Keep attacking!
Something's coming this way!
Up there!
Wind? What's powerful enough to create a hole that reaches this depth? His presence! Ahashi! Lord Tengen!
Makio, Suma, you've been doing some flashy work here, as expected from my wives. Okay, everyone's been accounted for. I rescued Hinatsuru earlier. I told her to leave the entertainment district.
Whoa, awesome! Just what you'd expect from the god of festivals!
All right. From here on out, things are gonna get real flashy.